Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back. The weekend is over. Now work can begin. Hope you guys had an awesome weekend. Cruising through April. Jumping back into some more Hearts of Iron today. We have unfinished business in the Pacific, last I checked. Jumping back into New Zealand. Defending against hundreds of thousands of invaders from the Japanese shogunate. But before that, let's see how you guys are doing. Hey, there we go. Hi, everybody. We're back. This is going to be kind of a weird week for streams. You might notice what's up with the time off. Where are the streams? You're going to be asking that question a little more because there's going to be just pockmarked days off, but for a good reason. Good news. All of the PC parts will be here by Wednesday. So I can start building, and hopefully everything works. If all of the individual pieces function as they should, then we're gonna have ourselves a new platform. And with that, like, I know I've been talking about it a lot. New hair DLC drop. New hair DLC drops on Thursday. So, this is gonna be a very clean, fresh start kind of week. But what that means for you guys is getting ready for hopefully a lot of variety. You're gonna start to see some things that have been promised get delivered. Because I am very excited. I'm hoping that excitement is not misplaced, because I've had a terrible experience with the last 2 computers that I built. And I have actually never built... Okay, that's not true. I have built 1 PC in my life that did not have a dead on arrival part, and that was not mine. It was for my cousin. So, I have never built one for me. I think I'm the bad luck. That's the common denominator. Howdy, y'all. Hope everyone had a good weekend. What's up, Colomonstera? Ruve is pumped. Avanita, welcome back. Karth Vader, Omnium. Volpsune, also thanks for getting stream subs. Andy Yumster, thanks for the 3+ years. And dropping the Prime again with the refresh. Quesadilla Queen, resubbing for 30 months. Hello, Quesadilla Queen. Habitual Loaf, New Zealand, BB. You know it. We got our work cut out for us today, but it's going to be fun because this was a really zany, I think unprecedented ahistorical run of Hearts of Iron, the likes of which I have not seen in my we've crossed 500 hours of Hearts of Iron. At least 400 of those hours are probably on stream. This is one of my most played and streamed games for a reason, because it's very fun and very addicting. Chillin' Sicilian, thanks for 33 months. Says, stop stalking me. I've been playing Hearts of Iron for the past 3 hours. Let's add another 3. And then another 3. Masahiko Kobe as well. Appreciate the 67 months. Thanks for resubbing. Hello, Darkencito. Karog, Antifolders, everybody else. People riot. But yeah, I am very much... I don't want you guys to take this the wrong way. I am forcing myself to stream because what I want to do is absolutely nothing. What I... Like, there is a major delivery coming on Wednesday that I am very excited about. And I just want to, like, walk in circles. I just want to pace. I just want to go back and forth and, like, aggressively look at my watch. You know what I mean? I don't even want to be lazy. I don't want to sit and watch TV. I don't want to play for fun video. Like, I don't want to go grind Diablo right now. I don't want to do anything. I just want to, like, watch the clock and just tick around over and over until it's time for a thing to arrive. So if I'm forcing myself to stream because this is good. This is a good distraction for the brain. The hard part is just pushing the button. Now that we've pushed the button, I can chat with you guys. We can talk. We can have conversations and watch the time fly by. The hard part is just doing it. But I've already done it. Hopefully, we're live, right? Okay. There's a green bar and there are people talking. So we're gonna assume that you can hear me, maybe even see me. But like, to be clear, the excitement for the new PC is not a flex. It's not like a, I can't wait until I have the latest and greatest. I can't wait until I can run RimWorld at 1440p, 1000 frames per second. I think I'm putting a lot of, a big burden on this because, here's the thing. I'm assuming that when it's all done and it's working, that will give me the kind of inspiration and the rejuvenation that I've been looking for, because streaming, the activity of streaming has been very fun. You guys are great. It's the content and finding like what game would be interesting or fun to play that's been a real problem for the past 4 months, I would say. It's been a very long 2023. And I'm putting a lot on the new PC build to say that will inspire me to want to do a bunch of other things that I've been meaning to do, but have either been putting off or haven't sounded fun. So it's less about the flex. Like, I don't care about ray tracing, playing in 4K unless it's on my TV, or 1440, or playing Cyberpunk at plus ultra settings. He hates games and chat, but loves streaming. You crave the intoxication of freshly molded plastic. I just want to, like... I think I build computers the same way that I play Hearts of Iron. This is going to be a weird comparison. But in Hearts of Iron, I don't do anything aggressive against the other nations until I am confident I can steamroll them. Like, I will rarely put myself in a position unless they come to me, and like I'm sort of just biding my time. Yes, I will build the world's largest navy. Well, yes, I will build the world's largest air force. Yeah, I think I will have 5 million infantry soldiers. It's a great idea. Okay, now I'm ready to declare war. It's kind of like that, but for PC building. I don't want to play anything unless I can stream everything. That's how it feels. Which is also coincidentally why I am terrible at multiplayer versus RTS. Because real-time strategy games, you gotta like poke the defense, find weaknesses, look for pockets. And I would much rather just turtle in my base until I have the world's largest Zerg swarm. I'm trying to find a modern RTS analogy that people understand. No Rush 20. Yeah. But I just need the comfort. It's basically, it creates a stress-free environment. As far as building PCs go. Like, the thing that irks me the most when just trying to play a game is having to solve a 30-minute or more tech issue before you can play it. Oh, my drivers aren't updated. Hold on, why do my TV settings all reset to the regular out-of-the-box picture settings? Okay, I gotta change all of those now. Wait a second, my controller's not being detected by my Steam Deck. Like, I'm the kind of person that will bend over backwards to smoothen out every possible bump, because I would rather, like, take a large upfront hit to my free time and or money to facilitate a very smooth future me. Example, It's really hard to disconnect my PS5 controller from my PS5 every single time I want to use the Steam Deck on the TV. I will simply buy another controller for specifically the Steam Deck. Done. I've got 30 frames per second in Microsoft Flight Simulator because I increased the size of the data cache to 200 gigs and it's having trouble sorting through the entire... Okay, I'm just gonna get a new computer. That's not... Okay, that's not the reason why, but... Why have one game playable when I should have all games playable? That's exactly right. Spouse adjusting the car seat? Buy a new car. So you don't have to change it back. Hello, Craspo. Welcome, people. Right. Modern RTS? Yeah, do those even exist anymore? Why are the PS4 and PS5 DualShocks like this? Nintendo has this problem too. I was trying to disconnect a Pro controller, and the hoops you have to jump through to disconnect a Pro controller from one Switch to connect it to another Switch is crazy. Even if you, like, let's say you have one Switch A and controller A. If you want to connect controller A to Switch B, even if you plug it in with a USB cable and then turn it on, it is still connected to Switch A, but it's charging through Switch B. Doesn't make any sense. That is beyond all reason. No, I haven't heard. I have heard of that game, but I don't think it's my speed. I don't really care. I respect the classic RTSs, but I don't really crave them. And I never played the Annihilation game. Actually, that's not true. I did for like 30 minutes. It's weird because all you need to do to pair Joy-Cons is slot them in the side. Exactly. What's the music? This is a game I also have on Switch. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge. Welcome, Arch. How you doing? Either way, suffice to say, I am incredibly excited for this week. I just got to get through this week. I'm incredibly excited to get through this week, and I'm ready to turn the page and be a consistent streamer guy who you can reliably tune in and see more than 50% of the time. Real question, got those taxes done? Yes, I did. The reason we start at 4 today is because I turned in my taxes a day early. So this is truly, of all the weeks, this is one of them. All of the weights coming off my shoulders simultaneously. Normally, like, I basically had to trick my brain into thinking that they were due today because I just spent all day yesterday doing it. So, digging up every possible write-off that I could for individual deductions. And, whew, taxes are stinky. I think we can all agree, you know? Everyone clap. Thank you. Thank you. How can I say something so controversial and yet so brave? Do you like the weird oval fan thing? I do. It's an overpriced fan, but I do like it because it's the only fan that I could find that has a HEPA filter, because I am allergic to cats and dogs. And if you look over there, I happen to have a dog. So it's just one of the things that helps keep the air slightly cleaner when it's blowing over to me. Vacuuming, of course, also helps. But yeah, it's overpriced as hell, but I do like it. Has this stinky little remote, so you can push buttons and time it. It is, it's one of those Dyson fans. Again, I cannot stress enough how overpriced it is, unless you really need it for special allergic-related needs. which I do. So we've kitted out my office with that to help filter the air. I got an air filter in my bedroom and an air filter in the living area. 3 different ones, all very expensive, but they help a lot. And I get those extremely expensive, high-grade air conditioner filters. Helps keep things calm. And I'm still a super sneezy boy. Today's actually great. I feel awesome today. I am still so allergic to everything, yeah. But today I'm having a good day. Hello, hello. I am glad to have been a fan of Midas for 2 years. Understandable. Thanks, Single Nader, for the 2-year sub. Midas has many fans. That is one of them. Subscribe to pay for Eat House filters, yes, and also new streaming rigs. Chemo313 says 20-year-old games on your new PC. Yes. We're actually, unironically, one of the first things I want to do once the new PC is up and running is play Diablo 2. However, I actually did play, like I loaded up Diablo 2 Resurrected on this computer to see how it runs, and it does have ultra settings that I only get like 45 frames per second while playing with, like 50 frames per second when stuff's happening on screen. So like, in my mind, it's justified because they really put some bells and whistles on the remake. It can go, it's very scalable. It's not that it runs poorly, it's that it has a lot of, like the ceiling for the graphic settings is high, I should say. And if your computer is 20 years old, you can just play with the original graphics. It's easy. Okay, since we're on the subject, for Resurrected, is Diablo 2 so old that it's running the original render of the game in the background in addition to the regular game? Like it's running 2 copies of your game simultaneously? Or does it load into the other one when you switch between graphics? Is it just all, I'm assuming it's just always rendering both. It is. I believe you. Random chatter. Because it aligns with my preconceived notions of how things work. Anyway, I actually am so excited. I've started making a list of things I want to do post new stream PC. And the good news, chat, is that even though I paid my taxes today and I am significantly poorer now, I am not completely broke. Which means that shortly after the PC is functional, I am going to get and set up the promised Midas cam that I owe. Which is also more specifically going to be the second camera for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not broke. The reason I'm not broke is because I would say 80% of the PC build is on credit. The streamers are not as rich as you think they are. Some of them are. Not this one, unfortunately. Does that count as a business expense? Yes. All office stuff is a business expense. Stream rig included. Stream camera. I'm gonna have a lot of write-offs this year. What case do I have in the background? That is the NZXT H9 Elite. Off the top of my head? Yeah, it's the H9 Elite, which is out of stock. I had to track it down. It was very, very difficult to snipe. Any DOA parts? We'll find out on Wednesday and Thursday. Hopefully none. My goal is 0. But it's manifesting behind me. So some things that weren't there before that are there now. Right there, where my thumb is pointing, that's the RAM. So we got 64 gigs of RAM that has arrived. There's also I think back here is the solid state drives, which I'm going to sneeze. I'm allergic to solid state. I'm allergic to solid state drives. That's too bad. Also, pre-order items not installing. Does Ivysaur go in the computer? No. Unfortunately not. You think 5% of my followers have a sub? No. No. Oh my. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. The perpetuation of these sort of like assumptions about how much streamers make. It is far lower than you think. I mean, I can just tell you. Right now, chat, because I haven't been streaming this month as much for the last 30 days or so, we're basically, I would say the average is about 1,000 subs. And that's not including what Twitch cut. The Twitch cut. Right now we're at 932 subs, but that's usually because people when they don't have a chance to resubscribe, they're still subscribed, but it doesn't register until the streamer receives the shared button and or enough time passes for it to count. $50% of your budget goes to buying Midas treats. That's accurate, yeah. Because I would say typically the average is about, on this channel it's closer to like 1,250. It usually bottoms out, I would say it's anywhere between 900 and 1,500 depending on the time of year. Right now we're closer to the 900 because 2023 has been brutal. I'm not particularly inspired with the game selections that are out there. However, very excited to play some Hearts of Iron today. And there hasn't really been any new games. Twitch cuts your subs. Twitch stabs them. And then bleeds them out. I'm sorry, we can't listen to this Ghostface kill. I don't want to get DMCA'd. Tox, do you still get the 90%, 10% from Discord subs? Chad, I don't get any money from Discord. I don't have a Discord partnership. I get $0 from Discord. Though if you want to sub to the Discord, then by all means, like it does things to Discord. Like it helps the channel somehow. I don't really know how. But there's a guy that made me give him $50 a month for your server. Arch, you pay your channel dues by making content in the chat. But anyways, chat, you can't just magically become a Discord partner. They have to, like, accept you, and they're very specific about whether they do or don't. They got very strict over the last couple years. They have, like,
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
They have like undercover agents from Discord that go into your Discord server and like scope it out to see if they think you would be a good fit. And then like kind of when I found out about the Discord partnership potential, which I wouldn't say no to, but I also don't feel like it's... I don't really know what the benefits are either, but I looked in the general channel and like 2 people had posted the middle finger emoji. So I was like, they're never gonna accept me. Like someone's gonna come in, it's gonna be an undercover agent, they're gonna say hi, and then some rando is gonna just middle finger emoji. Which, by the way, chat, do not do that okay, don't do that anymore to strangers. Tag each other when you're in on it and stuff. You guys, we got chat in big trouble because one time you guys took it too far and you middle fingered Simcopter and some other streamers, and they were just like, "What the hell, man?" So you guys are banned from that. Okay, get it all out of your system right now, and then you're banned from it. You get a Discord hoodie. Who's gifting subs? Massively Salt. Massively sodium chloride. Okay, I wanted to get the actual. I knew that. Thanks for the 5 gift subs. I'm just confused. Enjoy your gift sub, CC Chow, not Invlux and Subdog. We got a first time sub in there. Thanks for the gift subs. I appreciate you. Colin Monsteris is glad to be one of the few. I'll take the backhanded insult. Evanito, I appreciate your DMCA lawyer donation of 59 months. Mad Dog says, I'd like to say my 1-year anniversary of taking the oath of enlistment happened 3 days ago. Hey, happy anniversary. Glad it's still going well for you, by the way. And hope it continues too. Trev Dog for 23 months. Thanks for almost 2 years. Pumping it. Flying Lima Beans says, one more? Hey, you got it. Adam, not broke Pog. I'm not broke. Not yet. It's coming down the pipe. If I keep buying PC parts like this. And thanks again, Singlenator. All right, let's jump into this, chat. We've had our 30 minutes of tomato time. That's not how long I have. I have an hour at least, but there we go. See, this is different though because we don't have the normal beginning of Hearts of Iron stream shuffle to figure out what we're doing and talk about it. We can kind of just go. Typically I'm like somewhere around there. You got me playing Hearts of Iron again. I'd like to see you try China. The closest I have come to playing China is we did Xinjiang and ended up taking over mainland China. I do want to do another campaign over here at some point because it's really got a lot of good, I would say, infantry combat tutorial. Like, especially when you're landlocked and there's a lot of difficult terrain, there's a lot of mountains, supply issues. It can really teach a lot of the core basics because it can be quite challenging. But also it leads to a number of smaller wars where you can sort of fight the other warlords. And then go from there. All right, let's give you guys a backup of the state of the world. If you've never seen Hearts of Iron before, this is actually going to be one of the easiest campaigns to watch. You still won't have any idea what's going on, but it'll look a lot less visually overwhelming because we are just playing as New Zealand. And this is it. This is it, chat. We used to also have, not Fiji, we used to have Samoa as well, but unfortunately Samoa was taken from us with a surprise attack from the Japanese shogunate. We're locked in World War II right now. And it's sort of, the seesaw is tipping in the other direction, shall we say. We did our part and we held on to mainland New Zealand. That was our top priority. There was a backdoor attempt to try and naval invade New Zealand. We ended up pushing back the invaders into a pocket. And now in the Japanese-French War is the one that we're embattling. We are responsible for 90,000 casualties inflicted on the Japanese shogunate. That's how many troops they landed on New Zealand, and we were able to throw them back into the sea. So it's quite a lot, quite a lot. And you can see by comparison, actually, we only lost 5K. So that's quite the ratio there, 5.8K to 90,000. I'd say that is as low cost as you're going to get. So the goal today is, again, just hold out, right? Hold out New Zealand until the war ends. We're not going to be responsible for making it end, but you'll notice that there's a lot of friendlies in the water here that are on their way to help us. That's because instead of the Allies versus the Axis in this campaign, it's actually the Little Entente, which formed in a very confusing manner. The short version of our ahistorical run is the Little Entente was started by France and Czechoslovakia and invited, I think, Romania and then Yugoslavia. I want to say it was France, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Yugoslavia. There might have been some other things. Basically, starting an alliance before World War II even began, because they had an inkling that in this campaign it actually was Nazi Germany, and they were reinforcing, they're doing the historical Nazi Germany things, right? So they created an alliance in advance. Then the Civil War in Spain breaks out, and because France has already started an alliance, and the campaign inside of Spain was fascists versus the Republican Party, aka the Democratic cluster of people. Karl didn't participate in this civil war, but the anarchists got beaten down. France actually invited Democratic Spain to join their alliance while the civil war was happening, which I've never seen before. And the fascists in Spain were winning. But France just rolled in, quelled the entire civil war, won it on behalf of Democratic Spain, and then handed them the keys to the kingdom. So that was a very unique way to end that. And then Portugal was like, hey, I want a piece of Spain too. So I think Portugal just declared war on Spain, and then France was like, I don't think so, and now owns a chunk of Portugal. So that's why Spain is also in the Little Entente. Currently not led by a portrait, which is interesting. Czechoslovakia is huge. So of course, Germany declares war because they demand the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia says, no, you're going to have to go through my friends first. And then France, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia, and Switzerland. What actually happened was the war was going really well for the Axis. I believe it was, ironically, Germany and Poland, and also Hungary. Germany, Poland, Hungary constituted the Axis in this campaign. And they invaded France and Czechoslovakia, Romania, Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia had a civil war with some fascists rising up to help. Bulgaria ended up actually joining the Entente, I think. So it was all very sketchy. Italy has just been chilling here. Alcide de Gasperi is heading up the Kingdom of Italy, going monarch. But long story short, Germany and Poland had pushed Czechoslovakia back to a tiny little piece because they had the soft underbelly with Hungary. I can't believe Czechoslovakia held out. It was because a bunch of allies from the Little Entente came over and was helping hold a small pocket with dozens of units in it. And all they did was hold the line, digging in through the mountains, waiting for relief. Well, Germany and Poland and Hungary barked up the wrong tree. They ended up invading the Netherlands, they ended up invading Belgium, they ended up invading Switzerland, and wouldn't you know it, every time they invaded somebody, the person they invaded was like, I'll just join the Little Entente. Why not? They invaded Denmark, they invaded Norway, they dragged a whole slew of nations into the war against them, and just bit off more than they could chew. So the combined power, like, they definitely started losing once Switzerland got dragged into the war.
Just an egotistical streamer.
The Swiss have like almost 600,000 deployed manpower, which is nothing to sneeze at. Denmark has 140K. You just start adding them up, you know? You start adding them up, few hundred thousand at a time. Then you get Turkey involved. I don't remember how Turkey got in the Little Entente, but they're here with their 280,000. So anyways, because Germany kept attacking other smaller nations, the small nations banded together, ultimately pushing back and connecting. There was a southeastern front here, and then the main European front. And they started losing over here in Romania and Yugoslavia first. Then the fronts connected, they relieved the pocket in Czechoslovakia, and the rest is history. That's not including, of course, wait a second, Russia doesn't exist in 1942. Vladimir III, the Republic of Ukraine, the Republic of Belarus, there was a massive civil war in the Soviet Union where every single possible separate nation state lined up to try to take their licks, and hilariously they all have like the same portrait. So if you look, it's this guy changing clothes through every single different nation. I don't know why it's always him, but it is. There he is again. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Oh, someone else. Okay, that's someone else. We found where to draw the line there. Master of disguise. But yeah, everybody rebelled against the Soviet Union. And now we have Russia. So Russia's just a thing by itself, 1 to 2 million manpower. They have lost a bunch of their previously core territory. So that's what's going on over there. Great Britain, the Union of Britain, full-on communists, led by Rajani Palmdut. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm just going to be honest with you. And they went full communist and also released all of the colonies. So they have no holdings in Africa. India is free. Pakistan. Nepal. Yep. Wait. Let's go. I mean, Burma. I meant to say Burma. Okay. However, the war rages on. We were a colony of communist Britain. That's how we got dragged into the war. They basically forced us, we didn't have a choice, to join World War II. So that's why we're here. And that's my mistake, because we had the option to pursue. New Zealand does not have an intimidating focus tree at all. It's quite easy, actually, to navigate. But I did not pursue the independent New Zealand portion of the tree fast enough. So if I had, we would have been able to declare independence and not gotten into the war. Being in the war does have its benefits, though. That's probably going to be like on the quote from some famous politician. Like some famous politician or president is like, war is bad. However, there are some benefits to being at war. For example, I can mobilize my economy, which we actually should have done already. I don't know why we haven't done this yet. Past me was sleeping on the job. We probably because we spent 150 PP on all adults must serve. So we are forcing every single adult who is capable of fighting into our manpower pool. Because you might guess that New Zealand doesn't have a lot to work with. So we've got about 11.6 thousand free manpower, which is very small, because our total manpower is only 200,000. What we're trying to do, we used to only have, I would say, 3 or 4 divisions. We've gone from 3 or 4 divisions to 20. And granted, those are some small divisions. They're 12 combat width. The reason they're so small is because we need to spread out, because we're getting naval invaded. So I'm trying to space those forces out as much as possible instead of bulking up. I've also given all of our formations an engineer company so they can entrench. This will really help with holding out against those naval invasions defensively. Got a field hospital, which saves people from dying and puts them back in the manpower pool as we level that up. And then we're still using cavalry, so we have a lot of horseback soldiers, and that's primarily just because it's how we started, so I just kind of left it there. I don't think it's bad. It probably helps us navigate some of New Zealand's mountainous terrain, in fact, go a little bit faster across the infrastructure that we built up there. But that's pretty much where we're at. We just need to hold out because with the last thing that happened was the Little Entente, our allies, won the war in Europe. And as you can see, there is no red in Europe. Nobody is fighting anymore. They have conquered Germany, Poland, and Hungary, the superpowers of the Axis. Now we have the Japanese shogunate. That is one of the last Axis people. They are allied with a few other people. Manchukuo is one of the allies. There's also the Indonesian Order, which rebelled against, I want to say, the Netherlands, and had their own civil war and joined the fascist order in an uprising, so that's problematic for us. Hilariously, Australia is not involved in this war because they are full-blown centralist fascists led by Eric Campbell, so they got out of being dragged into World War II. And what we want to do is fight Australia. So that's sort of the long-term goal today. And yeah, the US isn't doing anything. So anyway, that's everybody. That's everything. You're all caught up. Hello, Mithril. What's up, Kilroy? It says time for New Zealand to touch boots. New Zealand to touch, like, this boot, upside down boot, touches Japanese shogunate, and then we become one. Is that what you're saying? Digging in, horse-based warfare. Itao's really embracing the whole Lord of the Rings thing. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've named all of our divisions after, right? We have the Moria Mountaineers, the All-Seeing Eyes, the Bag Holders. The Bag Holders are just 3 cav with an engineer company and a hospital. The All-Seeing Eyes are 8 cav divisions, and they exist for occupied territories for suppression. Horses give you a lot of suppression, comboed with military police to make sure that any occupied territories don't have any problems. All right, let's go ahead and clear. We have no template. Oh, that's the other thing. We are a world super genius. Like, we have 5 research slots, which is crazy. We've activated all 5 of those. So we are going to be flying down the research tree. The problem is actually building anything. Is there a DLC for the New Zealand focus tree? I think it is in one of the early DLCs. That's why it's so small compared to some of the other ones. Small doesn't mean bad, but some people would probably say New Zealand is more boring. I happen to enjoy being an observer trying to make something out of nothing, because no offense, New Zealand, but you start with as close to nothing as possible. We don't care about these old airplanes that have no ability to fight an air war for us. Decisions don't care. I know we're at war. Doctrines we might actually care about, because we got 5. Why do we have 500 air XP? We've just been generating it per day. If we ever, what are we producing right now? We're producing, we must have just changed over to infantry equipment 3, because this is only 31% efficient for our factories here. We have a stockpile of 48,000 infantry equipment, chat. I just want you to think about that. We have enough extra guns in storage that every single person that is in our armed forces could lose their weapon, and a quarter of them would just, they could just throw it into the Pacific and go get another one out of the storage closet. So I feel like that's pretty good. Like 48,000 is a lot. We got a small amount of artillery. Good amount of trucks surplus. We're making, with only 1 truck factory. Yeah, we don't have many factories at all, so that's sort of an issue right now. I don't know how we're going to naval invade Australia. Australia, what does your navy look like? They have way more boats than us. I'm not sure. We'd have to catch them off guard. It's a bit risky. Okay, but let's pick some air doctrines. If we ever do make airplanes, I think I generally like, I want to say the left tree, because this is air support, ground support. This is more of your support, yeah, battlefield support. Operational integrity, ground support, fighter detection, air superiority, fighters and heavy fighters. I feel like I prefer the left one. Because I usually just make fighters and try to get air superiority. Because we're playing these smaller nations, you can't really just do close air support. So I like fighter detection. That just helps us with detecting enemy planes. Then I do interception detection to stop bombers, because sometimes people will send carriers to islands and try to bomb them. And then we'll do some naval mission efficiency and just move on down the line. Okay, land doctrine-wise, let's go ahead and get that. I guess we're just doing grand battle plan. Like I can switch. Wait a second. I know what we can do. Chat, we should do mass assault doctrine, or what's the other one that has people? Mass assault doctrine has one of the most. Did they change the icon? Nope. Oh, no, it's on mobile warfare. Chat, on mobile warfare doctrine, you have to take a couple of things that don't really benefit us, like, this one's for tanks. This one's for armored cars and tanks. We don't use those. However, on desperate defense, we have one of the most interesting iconographies you'll see in Hearts of Iron, where the recruitable population goes up by +3%, because we're going to recruit everyone into the armed forces, regardless of the condition of their bodies. That's a +3% to recruitable population, which right now we are actually at 24%, so it's not as much as I thought. But this is another 2% here. The People's Militia, so it's 5% total. And then New Zealand Mass Assault, where does it add? We're concerned with recruitable population, I think. Is that on the right? It's like Human Wave, isn't it? This is a 5% recruitable population with Human Wave. So I feel like they're about the same. Hope I didn't miss too much. Just the entire recap of how we got to this point. Mobile infantry may help your horsies. Maybe. Yeah, let's just stick to let's go. Forget about grand battle plan. Let's go with the left. This isn't. No, that's not true. Division speed up is good. Organization loss when moving down, that's also good. Planning speed up 50%. These are great global stats. So let's just stick with that. Organization, this is our soft HP. Think about it like your overshield. So let's do that as well. And good. We spent some points. Low manpower, insufficient resources. Too bad. We can't afford to trade for steel right now. Let's go ahead and unpause. I think we're good. We're just listening for the awooga noise. It's not really an awooga, it's like an alarm. And that means we're being naval invaded. But yeah, let's go ahead and unpause. Before the 1 hour mark, we're researching Engineer Company Tier 3 for another 200% entrenchment. We're going to be like so entrenched, dude. I can't believe we have 5 research slots. We're building radar, and the reason we're building radar is because I have been trying to get some anti-air on the islands, so if any Japanese shogunate carriers come down and start trying to like bomb, we can like anti-air land-based is only so effective. It's not super effective. Like they have enemy bombers here now in the Solomon Sea. So occasionally some things will break, coastal forts will break. Did we have any other priorities? One of the problems is our infrastructure here is not good, but you can see them doing some bombing campaigns like sort of right now. We have 15, 16 factories. That's it. I have like all civilian factories here for the most part. We got 12 civilian factories. We can convert these to whatever we need to convert them to, but as you can see, right now, my priority is just getting some basic anti-air. It's slow building because infrastructure is bad here. Are you planning on retaking islands? You can't retake anything unless you have a navy to support it. In Hearts of Iron, you can't launch a naval invasion unless you have naval superiority of every ocean tile or sea tile between you and the island you want to retake. So they would have to basically not put any ships here, but the problem is, since the Samoa Islands are 2 tiles away, we'd have to have superiority of this sea and this sea. Which is not possible because I have 2 ships. So I'd have to have 1 ship here and 1 ship there. That isn't enough to beat 60 to 81 ships. So it's very difficult to do. We're basically waiting right now because the war in Europe is over. All of our allies are going to be staging out of probably friendly territory. So we're sort of just waiting until the AI friendlies naval invade Japan to end the war. And then we'll probably be able to retake it from there, because I assume we've built up some points. We shouldn't have to claim Samoa. Like, that's just ours. I don't think it could change hands, but then again, I don't know. All right, I need to take a look at our research status. We are current on all industrial pursuits, assembly lines, industry, construction speed. We got fuel refining up for when we start needing some oil. What were we doing? We were thinking about making some fighters, I believe. Which is easier said than done. Ditto for boats. In lieu of those things, I think I just want to upgrade our artillery, because we need that to defend. It's either, I say, artillery or just some of these. Oh, let's just get field hospitals 3. Because if we lose any people, we need that extra 10% trickle back. So for every 100 people we lose, we save another 10 and put them back in the manpower pool. So I feel like that's super valuable. But yeah, right now what we're doing is, I think we're sort of waiting and watching as our allies, some of them are coming in and reinforcing. Got Belgians in New Zealand. We got the Dutch. Got the French. And they're waging a war here in Indonesia. And also Japan and Manchukuo. So they're going to be getting some various footholds in different... We got Bangladesh is in the Little Entente. So I'm assuming they want to reinforce Bangladesh. And if they can reinforce Bangladesh and just fight in through Burma, that'll help out quite a bit. So I think our allies are just going to be mobilizing in different places. Never forget Samoa. Never forget. So today's going to be a bit of observation for a while. We're just going to hang out, chat, chill, see what everybody does, see what the AI does. And simultaneously, I think we're just going to go to wartime economy, or just go straight up to total mobilization. So I need 150 PP, political power. And that's going to shave off a lot of negatives. We're going to get more fuel from oil. We're going to build military factories faster. We're going to have more civilian factories accessible to construct with. It's going to be great. Okay, excavation 4. That just helps us dig more of our natural resources up. It's like a 10% bonus. I want to get New Zealand nukes, because what better way to take over fascist Australia than dropping the bombs? That's like a multi-year. I can't afford to do it now because it would take all of our factories to build, and I need those factories at the moment to make anti-air. Do you ever play Sword of the Stars? I have not. You should make a carrier. I'd love to make a carrier, but I don't have any. I have 2 dockyards. So it's not good. Improved anti-air upgrade. Fantastic. Just makes our existing anti-air better and takes us toward 1943 tech. Let's go ahead and upgrade all of our infantry support companies, because that's just something we actively need, especially if we want to later in the stream invade Australia. And we're kind of just gonna, like, again, says that there are 2 pending naval invasions. One coming into Noumea, one coming into mainland New Zealand. So we've had the difficult decision to kind of space out our forces. You can see there are enemy divisions in the water right now. So I've got like roughly 2 small divisions fully entrenched, and we're holding primarily the naval bases. So what that means is they can naval invade any of these tiles that we're not defending, but because they don't have a naval base, they won't be supplied. So the naval base being the key target means we get to keep supplies, and even if we can't push them back, they won't be able to get any supplies, and they'll slowly hemorrhage forces. They won't be able to bring any new troops in either. So I'm just holding the most important spots, and sometimes we have a little overflow. This is where the most difficult fighting is. But are we going to keep kind of like a zoom out of here, and then just watch for battles forming? Wherever that may occur. We're just looking for, like, the battle icon. Because I might need to... Sometimes they sneaky backdoor in New Zealand. It's interesting we only have, like, 1 port on the western shores. I guess the South Island doesn't... It only has a level 2 naval base. Chat, what's the population difference in New Zealand of the North and South Islands? Does the AI build the floating harbors at all? I can't say that I've ever built one. But I don't know if I've ever seen them build one. Almost everyone lives in the north. 3 million in the north and 1 million in the south, according to Google. Interesting. Okay. I can see everything here. What's going on? Spotted enemy navies. That's probably not good. In the Solomon Sea. That might be where they go first. Because they have Fiji that they can plan. They only have a level 1 naval base. But they can just go from here and just go bloop, bloop. And naval invade wherever they want. By the way, thanks again massively, NACL. Appreciate the sodium chloride tier 3 sub and the gift subs. Helps out a lot. And welcome back for a 4th month. What up? Corin, happy year. Thanks for sharing the prime. Cork Marquis priming for 19 months. Who says E. A. Something, something. Kilroy, thanks again for subbing. What up, everybody? Chad, how was your weekend? I wish I could tell you that... Oh, here, it's going. It's going, it's happening. Uh-oh. I had to pause, because we have to kind of look at where their boats are pointed. And it looks like they're going into these interior spots. They love this little bay. Okay, we got automatic area defense reinforcements coming. They might make landfall before we can throw them out. Yep, they did. That's unfortunate, but not completely unexpected. We just have to limit the damage. Okay, we knew this day was coming. I don't know where the rest of them went. I think that they were trying to go to Wellington, and we just held them out of Wellington. Okay, now we're pushing, you can tell if they're almost losing by, obviously, green number is good, larger is better. This is the percent until we win. So it's like 81% over, but you can also look at their green HP bar, and once that runs, they have to make a retreat. And when they retreat, we fill in the location. push from multiple angles. I feel like they've... Did they... Okay, what is this? They're trying to invade up here, too. We got 2 entrenched bag enders. That's the name of our Coast Guard, basically. They're bringing in actual trained Marines, which is interesting as well. Okay, so we got, these dudes are encircled. They have nowhere to go, so you'll see that popping helmet to mean that they're encircled and overrun. Which is just like we drew it up. Okay, we're kind of losing this one. But we can go reinforce. I don't want to give up the port. We're just going to send one other unit there, and I think we should be fine. Did we not already take... This just seems very delayed. French forces have successfully stormed the German capital. This happened ages ago. Which fell after a series of pitched battles within the city limits. A large group of Waffen-SS soldiers barricaded themselves in the Olympia Stadion, which eventually fell after a determined attack by foreign legionnaires supported by artillery. The French tricolor could now be seen flying over the Reich Chancellery, and although sporadic fighting is still being reported from some suburbs, most of Berlin is believed to have been cleared of organized resistance. Yeah, it has been calm over here for a while. Okay, anyway. They're gone. Improved radar. Good again. Let's just go all the way to the top of radar, I think. Alright, anyway, I asked you guys a bunch of questions. Rabid made super fancy meat pies. Got some cooking in? Gotta help you get that PC paid for. Chat, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, the PC is on the way. It's not gonna be like individually parts, like I have to build it. It's a no instructions included, do it yourself. Everything will be in on Wednesday. I'm very excited. Hopefully everything works. I made spaghetti. Spaghetti sounds good. I hate how area defense works on Hearts of Iron, so I always do manual fallback lines on ports for nations that I feel like are going to get naval invaded. I haven't experimented as much with fallback lines as I ought to, but that is a good strategy. I don't remember training these guys. We can't afford... Why did I do that? Honestly, 23,000 extra manpower in the pool is fine. Like, we have 200,000 dispersed. I don't know if 10% is probably not as high a ratio as you want. These guys are sort of reinforcements if we start losing or hemorrhaging a bunch. I created this really tiny template just to sort of help hold the line. Like, we are spread really thin, as you can see. So these guys are just here to be quick, small responders. They have field hospitals and engineer companies. They're there to just stall out the defenses, or the offense, I guess. It takes a while for French newspapers to be delivered. How beefy is the PSU you got? 1,200 watts. So I just decided to get the... I was going to get 1,000, and I'm sure 1,000 would have been enough, but it's like negligible money difference for the 1,200, so I was like, I'll just get that just in case. Okay, let's do... I want to do some infrastructure upgrades here. At least to level 3. And then... having trouble clicking those. We're almost at 150 political power. Okay, so you guys are helping with mainland defense. And because we just added so many, I'm going to take 2 infantry defenders and put them on the island defense. So we added 8 small divisions to the home defense front and a couple to the islands to kind of help out there. Because we've already lost Samoa. I don't want to lose any more. We already need about 36 divisions to guard everything we've already chosen. Because I think I did forts. We have a lot of land forts, or coastal forts, I should say. Yeah, we have level 2 land forts around the island, and at least a minimum of level 5 land fort on all major ports and air bases. So that's been very helpful. Anti-tank rifle. Arming our infantry units with anti-tank rifles allows them to take out lighter armored vehicles while maintaining mobility. So without doing anything, we don't have to build anything for this. All infantry are just a bit better against armor now, which is very useful. I'd say let's upgrade our improved artillery, because I think we have a... Do we have support artillery in our primary units? Let's find out. No. Okay. How many do we need for the bag enders to have support artillery? We have 230 in storage. We need 180. So we don't have a lot of overhead. We'll have 50 in storage left, but I'd say let's go ahead and just upgrade that. Because support artillery adds a good amount of defense and soft attack. So they're not doing us any good sitting in storage, you know? What is piercing? Piercing is like the more armor you put on a tank, the more piercing that you need to do damage to it. So it's just like the counter to armor, like the statistic of armor. Bangladesh has capitulated. Occupying Japanese forces are holding the area. It's too bad. That was probably the only landfall. I'm curious. Here's the problem. Since the Union of Britain is not involved, we're depending on like the French Navy to naval invade Japan. So I think we're just gonna have to deal with these naval invasions for a while, because Japan's not gonna run out of troops anytime soon. Definitely over 1 million, like 1.5 million deployed manpower. And they want what we got, chat. They want what we got. So we're at about 176K. And we're responsible for inflicting 95,000 casualties. So that's the way it's going so far. Throw the sheep at them. Ooh, political power. We are ready for mobilization. And if you're wondering why I don't have political advisors, it's because they're not very good for New Zealand. Sorry, New Zealand. Non-core manpower, I guess, is okay, but it's not my top priority compared to total mobilization, which I'm going to take now. So, partial mobilization, we have lower fuel gain per oil, and 25% of our factories are dedicated to consumer goods. We're shaving that from 25% to 10%. Oh, this lowers recruitable population by 3% because I don't read. I should probably read. Oops. Reading is hard, chat. Reading is hard. It's okay. Let's just say that we really want the least amount of consumer goods factories possible. We can always change it back. It's just going to take political power. And we still have 26,000 extra manpower, so. Okay, so it's 20% plus 2 plus 2. We're actually, we have a lot of overhead because we're at 13.7% and we're gonna scale up to 21%. So we still have a lot. We have 8% more to recruit. So there's gonna be a lot of people coming in. So I feel like Let's see how this deployment goes for the bag enders. And then once we start training 2 new divisions, we go from 27,000 manpower to 12. Okay. And that's just with a small 12 combat with division. Good God. Okay. We're just only going to train 2 at a time then, I guess. Put those in the main New Zealand Corps. And our Field Marshal actually has a new trait to unlock. What do you got? The only one that we can unlock is Organization First. That's just a plus reinforce rate. Okay, sure. But yeah, we're gonna have to do some Army XP shenanigans to try to bulk up our forces. My plans right now include maxing out infrastructure and radar and anti-air on the land that we have. At some point, I'm gonna... Uh-oh. No, you guys got this. This is easy. We've got the highest level... the highest level engineer companies you can get. And we have support artillery now. And we have naval forts. Let me check the level of naval coastal fort there. 5 out of 10 on our main harbors. It's fantastic. Okay, we have Field Hospital Tier 3 now. We can... What can we do besides nuclear? We can do a few things. The one that I'm leaning toward is starting destroyer research. Because we're going to need some Navy to naval invade even Australia. So I'm just going to go with just a destroyer fleet. They're not going to be high tech. We're probably going to have to convert a bunch of civilian factories to dockyards and just pump out some boats. Has New Zealand been able to do anything impactful? We are the front lines of Japan's reach. We got about 100,000 casualties inflicted on the Japanese shogunate so far. So that's what we got. We can go up to 4 times speed, though. Anyway, before we were getting naval invaded again there, which we're going to continue to get naval invaded throughout this stream until someone takes down the island forces. Let's do... Okay, I gotta pause because that's a naval invasion sound. That is a naval invasion sound. We're gonna need at least some torpedoes. Okay, this is a tiny one. Like, why even bother? They're going here. And they ain't gonna make it. Wow, every single unit for area defense is going to the front line. That's bold. It's also kind of bad because if they're entrenched, it removes all their entrenchment. So, I don't know. Area defense definitely is one of those things that needs some work. Military Police Tier 3 is good for occupied zones. I think we're just pivoting to all boat research. Let's get some basic light batteries. These are the small versions that go on destroyers. And the Mexican Socialist Republic is currently justifying war against us, which is very interesting. They're in the Bolivarian Alliance. And I feel like we're already at war, my friend. Yeah, we're already at war with the Mexican Socialist Republic, so I'm a little confused. France actually has Yucatan, so... And Panama is in the Little Entente. Oh, that's funny. Meanwhile, the U.S. is asleep. Yeah, the U.S. is asleep. I don't know why I keep going the long way, like the map is left to right, like I'm in school. It is not. Can we ally the US? No, generally, the only way that alliances happen at this point is through national focuses, where they pursue a particular focus that leads to a foregone outcome. Or you have an enemy of my enemy situation, where an independent nation is declared on by another nation, and because another faction is already at war with said nation, they just join that faction. When is submarines better to build supremacy since they're cheaper? The thing is that, in this case, destroyers may be slightly more expensive, but I believe the quantity of submarines you need, like, destroyers will fight better. And the destroyers that we make will easily counter Australia's outdated navy. So we can simply destroy them. Like, okay, let me put it like this. It'll take fewer destroyers than submarines to blow up Australia's ships, in my opinion. You'd have to build proportionally way more submarines to have naval invasion without fighting, without combat. Like, modern destroyers, like even in a small fleet, are really potent. Who's fighting here? These guys? Just as an example, in our Italy campaign, we made a modern Italian fleet that actually became the world's strongest navy. And I had a lot of 1940s and 1944 destroyers comprising those. And ended up in some fleet battles with... And this is what I did off stream. I did a little bit of that off stream, and it was kind of fun. Ended up in some naval battles with Spain, and one fleet of like 22 modern destroyers backed up by like a battleship, no cruisers, decimated in a single fight. The battleship had 4 confirmed kills by itself. Ended up wiping their navy in a single volley. I think the final kill count was like 18 destroyers killed, 3 cruisers killed, the prize of the navy was blown up, 2 battleships destroyed, and then 3 submarines tried to escape but also got blown up. It was just like one battle, one modern naval fleet versus one outdated fleet, wiped. Okay, advanced centimetric radar. That just lets us build better fire control radar on our future boats and upgrade our currently barely existent radar. We also got improved artillery upgrades, soft attack up 10%. This actually does stuff now because we did build artillery. I don't know that we need the 5.5-inch guns. They are better, but it would take our factories a long time to spool up to make them. Maybe, yeah, I think we should just focus on naval right now until we get factory situation under control. We're gonna need landing craft for future naval invasion. And I don't want our existing ships to blow up, so let's do firefighting drills. That's a chance to receive crits down. Big gun go burr. Since we're next door, can we just torpedo bomber them out of existence? Maybe, but you still have to have one thing or the other. Like, just to put it in perspective. At this point in my campaign, New Zealand has 20 civilian factories, okay? And 9 military factories and 2 dockyards. So for planes, we'd have to have fighters and naval bombers, and we only have 9 military factories. I could do a bunch of factory conversions, but even if I did, we'd have at most 29 factories. Or we can convert them all to dockyards. But either way, it's gonna take about the same amount of time, with the exception that if we focus on the Navy first, then we can focus on Australia, and if we're really good, beyond Australia. But we'll see. I feel like you can't go wrong with a Navy as an island nation, I think is how I would put that. Let's do level 4 infrastructure here, which might be a bit greedy. And then level 4 anti-aircraft everywhere. Trying to focus on being prepared for someone to get involved and or bring carriers in that wants to just do exactly what you're talking about and get a bunch of carrier bombers. Just blow up our infrastructure, which they're sort of trying to do, right? Railways are getting blown up, and we have 118 active bombers with about 6 anti-air guns. Their average mission efficiency is only 44%, which I feel like is pretty good. I want to see, like, stats. Enemy bombers lost 25, shot down by AA. These scales are sometimes off on the months. I don't know how many months that is, but we've got 75 confirmed kills so far with anti-air. That's gonna go up once we get better radar there. Yesterday I saw the end of the Zomboid campaign. It was so anticlimactic that it felt on brand. Are you saying my stream is anticlimactic typically? We do occasionally just end things out of nowhere. Yeah. Sometimes they... Ooh, a double? Two-prong? I think we got this easily. Why are the French troops... Did they just land here? Is that why? Maybe. They might have just landed here. They're reinforcing and or preparing for a naval invasion. I don't know what they're doing. The last Hearts of Iron 4 stream ended in a climactic way. I agree with that, yeah. The last Hearts of Iron stream was good. Lots of stuff going on. The last campaign as well. Italy was super... God, did you see how fast we just threw back 4 divisions there? That is the power of 5 coastal forts and some entrenched gamers. Someone asked how many casualties we're responsible for now. We are responsible for 105,000, so we've already gone up about 15 to 20k casualties inflicted on them. I guess I could have looked at us too. Did I already pass us? Where am I? Oh, there we are. 7,000. 7,000 compared to well over 100. It's quite good. But yeah, I never got to finish my thought. How many troops does Australia have? Australia has a few 100,000. 100 to 200,000. We have more than that already deployed. So, and we're recruiting significantly more. We got about 6% to recruit, so I think we can probably train another Bagender. Most of my forces at the moment are very small, because we have a lot of disparate land to cover. So I'm going for just 12 combat width. It's not meta, it's not ideal, but it lets me be lazy, let's just be frank. With smaller combat width, I can have less micromanagement with area defense because they just all come with an engineer company. I'm just gonna put one on every single tile around New Zealand, and we'll never have to micromanage a naval invasion again. Okay, we are starting down the Destroyer research tree. This is the benefit of having 5 research slots already. Russia has declared war on Finland. I don't think that historically this goes very well, especially when it is led by a Tsar As a first step in an attempt to rebuild the relationship between Socialist Republic of Bulgaria and its Balkan neighbors, the Bulgarian government has signed a friendship treaty with SFR Yugoslavia, by which both countries have formalized their commitment to develop friendly relations and promote economic cooperation. There are those who claim the true intentions of the Bulgarian government go beyond establishing friendly relations with its neighbors, and that its real goal is to form a Balkan Federation to confront the major European powers. For now, these statements are nothing more than mere speculation. Went from 95 to 105.7, that's kind of bad. That's fine. Friendship in the Balkans? Who could have foreseen this? All right, let me know how this goes for you. We'll check back in on you later. I've got naval invasions to deal with. Actually, this isn't my naval invasion. This is a friendly naval invasion. Good job, France. We're depending on you. Keep it up. I'll be over here fortifying and whatnot. Finland and Russia have signed a white peace. Well, how did that happen so fast? They just declared war. I love the German Reich's new beachside capital. What, you don't remember when the Nazis fled to the Gilbert Islands? I do. Okay, 1936 to 1940 destroyer hull. This should be an easy win as well. Is there a way to offer France ports? Yeah, because we're in the same faction and at war together, they can already use all my ports, and all allies can traverse New Zealand land whenever they please. Azura Storm, thank you for the half a year of sub, by the way. Welcome back for one more. By the way, chat, the plans this week are complicated. Tentative plans. I would like to stream. They're probably not going to be like crazy huge streams. That's probably just going to be the norm going forward anyways. But we're going to do... should be streams today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday is when the computer parts, the last of the computer parts are coming in. Not including a non-essential piece that's not coming until May, which isn't needed for the computer to run. So I'm probably going to start building the PC on Wednesday when the final pieces come in. Finish building it on Thursday. For me, it's like usually a 2-day process. Not because it actually takes that long, but I'll be contending with a few factors. One, I don't know when the delivery is happening. Two, cats exist, and I'll be building the PC with curious cats. All I have to do is take stuff out of boxes, put the boxes over there, and then they'll jump in the boxes, and then I'll build the PC. It'll be easy. But static electricity exists. Are you sure there'll be a stream today? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. If all goes well, knock on wood, then stream again Friday and Saturday. I would love to for the next stream after that to just be the new PC, but I am very scared because I know better than to make any promises because historically that has not gone well for me. You need a full day to do cable management if you have any OCD. I feel like I just need a full day to do cable management regardless, but I specifically picked a case that will hopefully make cable management as easy as possible. We're just going up the tech tree for destroyer tier gun batteries. We can start making some ships when we convert some factories over. We got tier 4 infrastructure on all of our islands now. Just tuned in where the taxes. I turned them in today. So that's why we had a long weekend. I wanted to make sure I had no excuse. And I for the first, dude, look at this progress. Last year, I turned my taxes in on the due date at 4:30 p.m. I waited in line until 4:50, 10 minutes before the post office closed, you know? This year, full 24 hours ahead of time. Maybe next year, 2 days ahead of time, you know? Baby steps. I just got done using canned air to clean my case, had several mice. Did you had mice living in your computer? Is that what you're saying, Robot Mystic? And you had to evict them? I don't know if having rodents inside of the computer is good for the long-term sustainability of the computer. You have to turn in your taxes manually? Yeah, I have to mail mine for reasons. So I'm one of those physical mailer people. Whatever lets them receive them, not lose them, and also register that I paid them. That's all I want. I just want to keep my head down. And if that means going to the post office and figuring out how to use a printer once a year, then so be it. I was the last dayer on my taxes for a long time. This year I got them done a few months ahead and felt real good. But yeah, the speaking of the printer, you see this? Do you see this? This thing almost drove me insane today. I was losing my damn mind. Also, we are getting naval invaded again. What is that? It's a ink cartridge. It is a stinky ink cartridge. Okay, and the reason why it almost made me lose my damn mind. Here, hold on. You can see it a little better now. I had to look up life hacks today to make it work. This has been the rotation every year. I don't use a printer ever, except the one time a year I need to turn in my taxes. And wouldn't you know it, every year the ink is dry. For some reason, it's only the standard default black ink cartridge that's dry. The color ink cartridge works every year. I don't understand. So typically what I do is I have to make a special trip to Office Max and get scammed by HP into buying a brand new ink cartridge, which of course the prices have gone up because of COVID. And sometimes they don't even have them in stock anymore because of COVID. Luckily, the ink shortage has subsided somewhat. Why not just print taxes at Office Max for 20 cents? Because A, I gotta put my taxes on a thumb drive, and B, I gotta okay, chat, I don't know if you knew this, but everything that you scan at a library or at an Office Max stays on a record, okay? those printers and those scanners and those copiers remember everything that they have ever scanned or printed. And I don't want to trust rando corporations to have all of my social security shit just lying around somewhere to be improperly disposed of at some point in the future. Either way, I just print them at home. And what I'm about to tell you, you haven't even finished the story because I didn't go to Office Max this year. I paid less than 10 cents to print my information than you paid at your library because I watched a 10-year-old YouTube video about how to make dry ink cartridges start working again. And I had to dunk this in water, like up to here, for like 30 seconds, and then you get a paper towel and you like rub it on the paper towel. And then I had to like get a wet paper towel and I was just drawing on it. And then you jam it back into the printer, and hilariously, it unclogged the ink just long enough to print all of the documents I needed to print. And then there was one page that I needed to do over again because it printed incorrectly. And of course, wouldn't you know it, the ink cartridge stops working even with the life hack of wetting the ink and making it run again, and it won't print the last page. There's only one page left. So then I figured out the second life hack, which is if you just take, like if your printer has 2 ink cartridges, 1 black ink cartridge, 1 color cartridge, you can just take the black ink out and it actually forces the printer to only use the color ink. It can still print black and white. You can't choose to use that option unless you physically remove the black ink cartridge. Do that and it magically works again. So I figured it out. It took me like an hour or two. But I got it. I did it. And it's all done. It's all done with 24 hours to spare. Printers are a scam, though. Printers are a huge scam. Ink is a scam. Printer ink is the larger scam. Let's do... I guess if we're gonna shoot torpedoes, let's make them do a bunch of damage. I love how some of you are like, go print at the library, and some of you are like, just buy a laser printer. It's easy. Just complete polar opposite. I can tell what your personality is based on. Just get an accountant, to be honest. You know what? Accountants are worth it when you make a lot of money. I would say if you make more than $100,000 a year, accountant's probably worth it. If you are a self-employed sole proprietor under that, it's not really worth it. I still have to do all the work. They can't, like, hello, accountant, will you help me do my taxes? Yes, I will. I just need you to get me all of your deductibles. I need you to go ahead and just make a list of every single deductible, you self-employed sole proprietor stupid person who has to pay extra taxes because you have to cover your own Medicare. It's like, I'm doing the work anyway. Like, I have to go ahead and get all of the deductibles and write them out one at a time and then hand them to the accountant. It's like, I already did my taxes. Why pay you when I can just pay corporate lobbyists in TurboTax less money to do the same thing? So that we can perpetuate the cycle of not knowing how much we owe in taxes and having to pay people to figure it out. Like, okay, accountants are good, like tax accountants. Tax accountants are good at saving you a bunch of money when you already make a lot of money. They don't really help you if you don't already make, because it's like when you make a lot of money, you're trying to figure out, how do I get my money under a certain tax bracket so that less of my money is taxable at this high rate? But if you don't, if it's like, I have a lot of overhead room before I start even hitting the next tax bracket, chat. Can you believe they don't make you do your own taxes in other countries? I cannot believe that. I refuse to believe it. Chat, we can do women in the workforce. As men leave to go to war, thousands of women take up jobs in factories to keep the war machine running. But we're going to need some stability. So let's build stability first. I'm going to do worker conditions up. We'll lose a little factory output, but I'm going to get the stability locked in first. Well, we're getting double naval invaded here, but it's actually going fine, I think. Oh wait, I have free factories. I'm gonna go ahead and just max anti-air. All right, read chat. My dad bought a new printer this year. Wi-Fi only through the HP app. Available only in Windows Store. I actually have a... Here's the thing, chat. Maybe I'm just old. I have a brand new printer that I have not taken out of the box because I didn't buy it. When I lived at my old place in Las Vegas, one day, ding dong, I opened the door, and what do you know? There's a giant printer just sitting outside from Best Buy that I didn't order. Brand new. $300-$400 printer. I don't even know what kind it is. It's like right over there in the closet. I kept it in the box because I was like, what is this? Why is it here? Apparently the people that lived at my residence before I lived there had ordered it to their old address like a bunch of dum-dums. They just ordered it and didn't check where it was going and just confirm. Alexa, order the new printer, confirm. And they just didn't even look. And I was like, well, surely they're going to contact me. This is an expensive printer. Surely they're going to reach out to the home rental service and then contact me. And so I contacted the renter service and I was like, this expensive printer just got here. I don't know what to do with this. And they were like, I don't know. What do you want us to do about it? And I was like, I don't know. It's like, I don't want to just open someone else's mail and then awkwardly they come for it. You know, I don't want to be like, woo, hold on, that was yours, finders keepers, bitch. It's mine. Like I'm not that kind of person. I'm just gonna be like, no, you can't have it. So I didn't want it to be open. Isn't that a crime in the U.S.? Okay, chat. It's not like they didn't put the printer in an envelope. It's in a box. It's not like a secret. It was in its own box. Like it wasn't in a brown Amazon box. It was just, hello, this is a printer. Get that guy. How long have you had it? More like 3 years. 2.5 years. And I still haven't opened it. It's still in the box. And part of the reason is it's not, okay, at this point, it's not a question of conscience anymore. It was for the first year. I'm just too, like, The old stinky printer that has ink that doesn't work every year, I know how that works. I know what the software is that I need to make this stupid HP printer work. I know that if I just plug in the old printer, I already went through all the bullshit of getting it working like 2 years ago for my taxes. So getting a new printer is like, that's extra work. That's more effort. I don't know how this printer works. I don't know what software I need to make this one register with my stupid computer. So I just keep using the same old one year after year. Because I understand it. I don't like it. I find it annoying because somehow the ink dries up every single year. And even a minor inconvenience is too much. All right, let's get dual purpose batteries too. Oh, it's not 1944 yet. It is 1943, and I have neglected to do all of my industrial research. So let's do factories. I've been so focused on boats and printers. I did my taxes online. I didn't have to print anything. Good for you, chatter. As I said, I have to print mine. I don't choose to, so I don't understand. This not the gotcha you think it is. Gosh, I did mine online. Mary Skipper says, I once had someone come to my door looking for their misdelivered package, but I didn't have it, so they left. The next day, it arrived, but I had no way to contact them. That's really funny. The new printer is an IRS plant to monitor your taxes. Anyway, the printer that I have that I'm working with, chat's like, modern printers are easy, old man. It's not an old printer, it's just an older printer. Like the printer I'm using is like 5 years old. The printer that is there in the closet in the box is like 2.5, 3 years old. It's not like I'm using an ancient dot matrix. Like I don't have to tear the perforation off of the side. Can you show us the new printer? Probably not, because it's probably got personal information of the people that it was sent to still on it. Build a new PC in the printer case. Hold on. Okay, we're getting more space for factories, faster build speed by 10%, and I'm getting naval invaded again, and again, and again. You had their info? You chat. I don't know how to explain this, but on the box was my address and their name because they lived there before me. So that's the information that's on the box. They didn't, like, if I knew where they lived because it was on the box, it would have gone to their house. Do you understand how the mail works? Small caliber armor piercing shell. Sick. Okay, it's not 1944 yet. Let's get... Are we doing production efficiency cap? And let's do... I always do retention. Let's do growth for once, because it's different. It's different. Yeah, chat, you guys saying that modern printers are easy to use are actually wrong. HP has monopolized printers and forces proprietary software that needs to be specially updated in order to use their printers. Just to tell you basic things like how much ink is in the cartridge, which, by the way, is inaccurate because they said that this ink cartridge has 60% ink left. It doesn't actually have that ink. That's why I use Canon. Oh, we got a photographer in here. But I don't think Canon is that much better. Union of Britain demands decolonization. The Dutch East Indies joined the British Communist Alternative. Interesting. Ethiopia just joined the Axis. And, uh-oh. The Union of Britain is like, hey, you guys shouldn't have colonies. P.S. I declare war on you now. Well, the warscape has changed. France about to get naval invaded, but France is in a little entente. I think Britain's gonna have a bad time. Remove the colonizers by force. Based as hell. Here's the thing, okay? Britain has only just decolonized, so you can't do the thing for centuries and then be like, I quit now. My hands are clean. I decolonize. I have no responsibilities to anything that I've done in the past, and everyone else that's doing it is now wrong and should die. Okay? Like that doesn't check out. They just did. It's like you just did it. You just decided briefly not to for like 2 years. They're like, that's long enough to me. 2 years. That's plenty of time for innocence. They also annexed Poland after decolonization. Well, they haven't annexed. The war's not over yet. Wait, why is the Union of Britain in Poland? I actually don't. What do they have? Yeah, I don't know why the Union of Britain is in Poland in the first place. But yeah, that's gonna be rough. Netherlands issues a diplomatic protest with our government regarding the presence of our attaches in nations they are currently in military. Okay. Well, I didn't. They declared war. Okay. It is a reasonable request. I will recall. We had one in the Union of Britain when we were trying to get independence, and I forgot. I didn't mean to get a protest. What is this? Naval invasion? Good luck with that. France wants our help! Chad, I don't want to help you. I can't deal with both naval invasions from Japan and with Britain. What's the penalty for saying no here? Or the World's, thank you for the gift sub to Glove Job. Hello, Glove Job. Thank you for the 2 months of sub. Also, Quid7 for Primus is ready to defend Middle Earth from the Imperial Navy General. Your presence is noted. Thank you for reporting for duty. Can you just pretend you didn't read the call to arms? You mean like how I handle physical mail? You can drag them into your war as well. I don't think there is a penalty to saying no, but I'm gonna say yes. Because we're in this to win this. For RP, I think RP would say yes. Because we're going to try and take down Australia, and we're going to call all of our allies in there, too. I think we can start training a 4th division of Bag Enders until manpower starts to deplete too fast. Okay, we are in the process of researching a lot of relevant boat stuff. I would like to... Speaking of boat stuff, can we get a ahead-of-time penalty on destroyers? Yeah, let's get a 70-day destroyer effort. Hello? Is that Western France? Oh, Western France is getting naval invaded? Good luck, France. You should post up some defense on those coastlines. They've got a... Oof. I honestly think that Britain's got their work cut out for them. Because this is the combined power of France, Switzerland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Yugoslavia, the Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, Spain, and Turkey. And Egypt. Ooh, you guys need to work on that. Good luck. Good day, all. Hello. Welcome to World War II/3, depending on which war we're talking about here. New Zealand over here, we're just shoring up. Oop, I'm paused. I knew that. Anyway, I'm done ranting about ink cartridges. Suffice to say, I have no desire to see that printer again for another full year. And I will use it until it mechanically breaks down. Okay, we're sending that new division to the islands. We got 4 in training simultaneously, which is really good for us, actually. Has Australia been subjugated yet? No. But all of the infantry stuff we're doing right now is going to be useful at that point because we're going to need a lot of manpower to get over there. But until then, we need, I think, dual-purpose batteries. I'm going to go ahead and finish the destroyer effort. We get a ahead-of-time bonus to, we're going to get 1944 destroyer research like as soon as possible and then start making some destroyers. So that is part of the plan. Speaking of the plan, we should have some more space for factories soon. The Benelux is getting naval invaded now. You guys have fun with that, okay? You guys have fun. I'll check back up on you in a little bit. I'm a little busy down here. Did I? Yeah, I built anti-air there. Okay. We're sort of almost ready. What, chat, if I just bulk up, I can't click on this. There we go. If we just make full level 6 radar here, that's gonna hit. Is this actually accurate? Like, is this circle a visual representation or does it actually do stuff? But yes, I will need ships to attack Australia. That's part of the long-term plan here. Yes, it actually covers a range. Okay, but my question is like, this one, for example. Because the radar touches the other zones, does that give it coverage over the other zones? Or like, is it proportional to how much the circle covers the other zones? Okay, this one actually is a dangerous naval invasion, and we might have some problems. That is not good. I don't think we can reinforce that either. Holg. Wait, they're already reinforcing it? You can just slide past the invaders? How? Simply boat past them and reinforce the island. It's easy. Okay, they're gone. Goodbye. Oh, they're up here too. Chad, that's actually what we should do. Coastal forts. Don't do that. I'm not clicking you. Pardon me, just going to scooch on by. Everything the light touches will be yours one day. All right, we got a basic dual-purpose battery. Let's upgrade that to improved. I have a problem where I like to build ships once I have the best in slot tech for them. And then I like to just design the weird ships that I like. I don't like building stuff that isn't... I prefer technologically advanced armies and navies and air forces instead of like the mass numbers with tier 1 guns type of gameplay. Just go all max. Okay, we have 150 PP. We did improve worker conditions. We're gonna do women in the workforce now to get an extra 3% recruitable population. Lower stability, but it is a good war measure to take. Again? Oh, that's Benelux, not me. I love how R2... Dude, oh my god. Admiral Peter Phipps has just been taking R2 Leander class are these light cruisers? And just been piloting them in the Tasman Sea, and has a level 5 veterancy between both of them. Somehow they've avoided any conflict. They've just been kind of patrolling the Tasman Sea. No confirmed kills, or as far as I know, but they've just been sitting around. Just 2 little boats. I don't think they can be discovered. Why are you at war with Britain? Because Britain decided to declare war on my allies. And so I just said yes. They asked me to join, and I just couldn't tell them no. Now we're talking. Anyway, any other Americans out there? I hope you also managed to get your taxes either done or filed for an extension in time. Good luck. Excuse me, who's this? Take these guys home. Do you have any Maori battalions? Technically yes, though they're sort of blended in. We have Maori volunteers. And their groups somewhere in here. Yeah. We have Maori volunteers. And they... Actually, no, it's these guys. Clicked on the Moria Mountaineers, which look like Maori, but is not. These are the volunteers. They're combat with 12. Very simple. Doing your taxes? What is that? What is that? But yeah, this is gonna be like a week of stress and a week of stress relief. Stress number one, I spent all day... Okay, I thought that wasn't a boat for a second. I spent all day yesterday instead of relaxing and grinding Diablo. Do taxes still suck for streamers? Yes. Chad, without going into too many specifics, on the final forms, when I can see the numbers, it shows me my taxable income after everything has been resolved, and then it shows me how much I actually owe in taxes. Okay? On my taxable income, my effective tax rate is like single digits. My actual tax rate, like the amount I owe in proportion to the amount of taxable income that I have, is about 36%. It's like 35% or so. So it's a lot. Technically, I'm in a single-digit tax bracket after all the deductions, but it's not actually true. I would have done my taxes, but I accidentally sent my printer to my old house where someone named Italics lives. Hello, Prime Minister Italics of New Zealand. Hello, Aloe Miller Time. Thanks for 28 months. I appreciate the sub. I'm kind of keeping the camera... There's a lot of action going on off-cam here. With France versus Britain. I think Britain is having some regrets. They're doing pretty good in Greece, but they're not... They don't seem to be doing that great against the combined allies of the Little Entente up here. So I expect the Little Entente to solve this, and they just have to defend against naval invasions. There's a naval invasion of Norway right now. Luckily, they're keeping Britain busy, so they don't come look at us, you know? We got enough on our plate at the moment. Imagine paying that much tax and having none of the social benefits. Oh yeah, and that's made slightly easier by living in Nevada where there is no state tax. So if I had a state tax, I would have another tax too. Your Navy XP's full. Good point. We're about to actually spend some of that on designs, but I can go ahead and do some doctrines. Defend our islands. Naval, we will... What does a 2x research bonus for naval aircraft do now? Because naval aircraft isn't a separate research slot. Where is it? Where am I? It's just aircraft now, yeah? It is just aircraft. I'm gonna take the 2-year ahead-of-time buff for 1944 destroy. We'll get 1944 hulls in 80 days. Oh, I need to wait a little bit. Where am I? Join the communists. Join the dark side. Capital ships. I'm just gonna focus on destroyers. I think I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing before, which was construction engineering, so we can just build things super fast, and then we're gonna swap to naval production once we start getting ships. But anyways, yes. Twitch takes a big cut, and then Uncle Sam takes a big cut, and then what I have left, I spend on a new PC every 4 to 5 years and some Marvel Snap cards. And I just try to live humbly. I just try to live humbly, chat. I don't need a lot, okay? I just need some Marvel Snap cards. I just need some Diablo. And I just need a new PC every 5 years, okay? That's all I want. And a roof over my head. Do we think Australia has any idea what's coming for them? I think they might have tried to invade us, but now that we're in an alliance, it's probably, like, the longer we stay in the alliance, the more we're actually probably just deterring them. There is a naval invasion coming up here soon, though. Don't forget your Lego sets. That's true. I do like to indulge a little bit in some Lego sets. But yeah, for me, it's like paying money sucks. We can all agree having to pay for things that are intangibles suck, right? But what really annoys me is that I have to figure it out. If I would actually be a lot happier paying taxes if I didn't have to calculate how much I owe and then someone else tells me in 3 to 6 months that I was right or wrong. Like, I would just prefer, here's the number, here's how much you pay, and then I pay it, and then it's done. I don't have to go through all the extra work. That would just make my life a lot easier. This, for me, I actually get, like, obviously having to pay is its own stress, especially if you're unable to or find it difficult, or you have to take a, you have to, like, defer take an extension or whatever, right? That's stressful. But if you can pay, for me, it's more stressful to be like, did I forget something? Did I, hold on. Did I do everything? That's the big stress for me. What happens if you pay too much? Do they refund it? Yeah. Or here's your number, either take it or file your returns normally. Yeah, that would also be good too. I'd be okay with that. Where are we at on casualties? 130k thrown back into the sea. And I just scrolled past us, I think. Yeah, we're at 8k. What if you intentionally pay too much? They send you they send you checks until you take the money back.
Your opponent has snapped.
Okay, I'm going to retreat now. People leave.
Speaking of snap cards. Like, I actually recently got in the mail a refund that I apparently forgot to cash a few years ago when they were like, hey, remember when we sent you this money? Take it already! Just cash it! I'm tired of sending this to you! I'm like, okay, geez, dude. Okay, it's not even that much, bro. Alright, now we can get the 1944 destroyer hull. They're like, you gave us too much! It's like, well, just tell me how much I owe then. And then you don't have to do this. Then everything will be fine. So the big difference between the 1944 and the 1940 is max range can go significantly faster, 20% more HP for the same fuel usage, a little bit more reliability, same speed, and we also get the, well, same speed other than the fact that we unlock a better engine, so we can use a better engine now. So once we get the 1944 hull, I love how I identified the Navy XP issue and then didn't do anything about it. Let's go ahead and get some Spirits of the Academy. That's a good way to spend. Let's get admirals, get a plus chance. I don't wanna... Here's the thing. How does naval defense even work? What I mean is, if two navies encounter each other, Is there an attacker and a defender, or is defense a blanket, like applicable no matter who started it? Nobody knows. I think it's a secret of the universe. Because I'm assuming, by the way, who gifted
the gift sub sound?
Thank you for the big gift subs while I figure this out. Alan Miller Time dumping 10 community subs. And no first timers in that group. But we do have Lamille for 31 months with the highest score. Good names, Odd Cup, Gaseous, Like Hello, Autonomy, Thunder, Town, Crook, and Shuddy. Thanks for being here in some capacity so you could receive a sub. Thanks for the $50 gift sub, Alan Miller Time. Very nice of you. And also for subbing yourself for the 28. Welcome back. Rapid Recline, people arriving. Happy 3-0. And also, poop in on the beat. enjoy your gift sub. Courtesy of Anonymous. I don't know what that name means. I'm gonna go for... Let's go with aggression, +1 attack per level. Let's blow up as many of them as we can. And then I want, oh, I guess I should have got, I told you this last time. We could have just gotten the destroyer research person to research destroyer stuff faster, but I forgot. Okay, well, we're gonna take it anyway. So the design cost is cheaper. And then screen attack up. We're exclusively gonna have screen ships. So let's lock those in. And then for naval doctrine, fleet in being with all the destroyer perks on the middle. Yeah. Because we have sub-detection organization, sub-detection organization, sub-detection organization. This is carriers, though. Is there a better one that's purely destroyers? They all sort of do the same thing if you pursue destroyers. I'll just take what's already here, then. Okay. Organization soft HP is good. Boom. More, and this doesn't really... Escort efficiency might do something for us. Well, yeah, that wasn't what I was asking, Kairvek. I was asking who is considered the attacker or the defender in naval combat. Or is it both at the same time? Two researchers simultaneously. Concentrated Industry 5 is huge. We have a bunch more factory... A bunch, in air quotes, more factory space. I'm gonna segue. We're going to need fuel for the boats. That's just something we will need for sure. And then naval support-wise, I'm just gonna go ahead and lock in advanced dual-purpose batteries. And we'll start crafting those around the same, they'll be ready around the same time the 44 destroyer hull's ready, and then we need to start converting some civilian factories. However, with the extra space we have, I'm gonna go ahead and start making dockyards. Nukes suck in this game. Nukes do suck in this game, yeah. They do. You're not wrong. All right, let's see how the war is going in Europe. The land that Union of Britain held around Poland is now gone, and the Little Entente is working on kicking them out of Greece and taking the fight back to mainland Britain. So they got a lot to do. Japan is still at war with us. I wonder how long before Russia gets dragged into a war with Japan. That would be the best thing that could happen for us, and just have Japan lose from the land, so we don't have to eventually... We'll never naval invade Japan. Never say never, though. Construction speed up is lovely. I'm just gonna go for excavation 5. The thing about building boats is they take a lot of steel. And the thing about New Zealand is, well, we don't have a lot of steel. So I'm not really sure how we're supposed to build our navy. Make worse ships, I guess. I don't know. Make them out of wood. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Anyways, I won't talk about stinky taxes anymore. We all hate them. Rah rah. Nobody likes paying money. What I do like paying money for is new computer parts made of not American steel. Or silicone, probably. Chat, I am so pumped. I'm just gonna keep talking about that at every opportunity because I am ready to stream every game in 1080p and have it not do this like frame buffer. Like, granted, I know that we've talked about this before. Hearts of Iron runs on a single core, so I'm not really sure how effective it's gonna be at making games like this better, but I am fairly confident that it's gonna help in some capacity because I've got my Rip Nicaragua. I got Task Manager open, and just like moving around, my CPU is bottlenecked. Do you know why? Because OBS is currently taking 46% of my CPU to stream this at 1080p. And so even games like this are going to benefit dramatically, and I am thrilled. When's the last part coming in? The last essential part is coming in on Wednesday, so it's this week, and I am incredibly antsy / impatient, and also very excited to build a PC again. It's I haven't built one since 2018 when this was built. That was one of the first things I did in Vegas. But it's going to benefit basically every game, because I'm a CPU streamer right now, and I'm going to be a graphics card streamer. So, like, right now, Hearts of Iron, not the most graphically intense game, right? It's using about 40% of the GPU right now. 39 to 42%. So I'm going to be a GPU streamer, free up, even if a game is single cored, it's going to see a lot of performance enhancements. Because right now it's sharing that single core with the broadcasting software, which is a huge pain in the ass. And the only way to free up more CPU is basically to make the stream quality even worse, which right now it's fine, like it's okay. You guys will probably notice because of the bitrate on Twitch that when I scroll, sometimes things get blurry, like blurry, especially if, hello? Especially if it goes like in a circle or like an unpredictable motion, it might blur things on source dramatically. Good job, lads. Ding, ding, ding. Posted a link in Discord about naval breakdowns from Paradox. You just linked to the wiki. I can't read the whole wiki on stream. The relevant part is a naval battle is initiated between two task forces, one of them being the attacker. This usually happens after a spotting process is complete. Naval and port strikes trigger a naval battle that resolves instantly. The defender joins the battle with full efficiency, while the attacker may have reduced efficiency depending on circumstances. So basically, attacker is good if you're the one doing the spotting, and defender is good if you're the one reacting. Okay, anywho. Still useful. Still useful. Where was I? I want to read some chat. Production efficiency cap should go up to 100% now. Cool. One day we'll need synthetic oil and regret not putting more points into it faster. Let's do 1944 air. Sort of not essential at the moment, but could be good down the line. All right, let me read some chat. PC build stream? Absolutely not. No. I'm on my third attempt to order a 13900K from Amazon. The vendor doesn't ship by the promised date, and then I cancel. What? So is it like a third-party vendor? Because I can't imagine the like Amazon warehouse not shipping the product. They might send it to you in a broken, busted up box. This time I did, I made sure it was shipped from Amazon Direct. Yeah, it's a little tricky with computer parts, because when you buy them, sometimes when you go to like look for more vendors, if you're not paying attention, you're going to end up buying a used one, or from like a third-party vendor that has like 50 reviews, and the last 30 days, 30% of them are 1 star. I like how Amazon has started as sort of like a marketplace where everyone can come and vendor their stuff. And at this point, I only trust Amazon Warehouse Direct, and even then, you have to like check the bag to make sure that they didn't forget 2 of your cheeseburgers and the fries, you know? Russia's declaring war. The Bukharan Jadidist Republic. No faction. Just seeing what they're dealing with. And the Republic of Armenia. I think Russia is mad at all the people who previously broke. Oh my, the Republic of Ukraine. Art imitates life? I don't, wait, it's the other way around. Azerbaijan. They're not in a faction. Well, that's not ideal for them, is it? If they declare war on enough people, that might do something. How goes... Oh, there's a naval invasion of France? In Normandy? Whoa. That's not how I remembered the history books. Russia declared war on the Republic of Crimea. Not a good look, guys. This is not a good look. That's not Normandy? You mean this Plains province in Normandy is not Normandy? Interesting. Bold, even. Sure looks like a Normandy naval base to me. Well, now the turntables. This is about to become very spicy world war. Because Crimea just joined the Little Entente, and I'm in the Little Entente. We're going again. They're dragging everybody into this war. Guys, we just had World War II. World War II at home. Okay, I like how France called Ukraine, not Ukraine, Crimea into the war with Britain, but not the other way around yet. Oh. There you go. Now that's a world war. Russia is this close to joining the Axis. That's not how I wanted this to go. Republic of Ukraine has joined the Little Entente. I'm not sure how big. There's 1 to 3 million manpower. In Russia. France is sitting on not even 1 million. Czechoslovakia's got 400,000. Spain's got 400,000. 300,000 in Yugoslavia. Romania's got 276,000. Ukraine's got 260,000. 200,000 from this. Is that Bulgaria? Turkey's got 300,000. It's all about little numbers combined. Where have I seen a war from Russia start really well and then stall out once people mobilize? Pakistan has joined the Little Entente. It's going to take a bit for the allies of the Little Entente to get over here. You can see them desperately shifting forces, hopefully not leaving a soft underbelly. Russia has joined the British communist alternative after abolishing communism in favor of the monarchy. So, this is certainly a turn. Yes, you want me to go to war too? Yes, I accept. Let's do it. A minute to win it. I accept. That's right, Russia. You better be scared. You got New Zealand pissed off now, and the mountainous Republic of Dagestan. We're coming for you now. World War Russia and World War Britain. Meanwhile, in the United States, Alf Landon is just sort of chilling. Russia called the Republic of Indonesia as our enemy. Georgia has had their war declared on them. Russia's just going to reclaim everything that they've lost. Wow. The very same civil war that got them here, they've already forgotten that it was on the shoulders of giants as they declare war on the Republic of Belarus. Spicy. Nubby Death was stolen. Thanks for the 26 months as... Wait, Belarus joined the Axis? That's a twist. That is a twist. The Belarusian Christian Democracy, a fascist-leaning democratic nation who has joined the Axis. The National Union of Greece has called Belarus as our ally. Kuwait is our ally? WTF is happening? I don't know, but the Republic of Pakistan has already capitulated. I don't know what's going on. Oh yes, Russia is in fact at war with Manchukuo, Japan, and the Axis now. With the British... Okay, we are in a three-way war. This is actually World War III. It is the British communist alternative with the Union of Britain and Russia and Belarus, apparently, versus the Little Entente, which is us and basically all of mainland Europe, versus the Axis. Everyone's at war with everyone. The Axis is Japan primarily, but it at one point was also Nazi Germany, Poland, and Hungary. And we're all at war with all of them. And they're all at war with all of us. Yeah, the Kingdom of Italy is like doing the eyes forward meme right now. Eyes forward. I don't even want to look at all that. Let's do another decision. Let's do region-wide industrial to get another build slot. Okay, we got the super dual purpose battery that can shoot air and sea. Let's get some more torpedo hit chance in the background. I'm gonna go ahead and start a destroyer hull, and we'll just update it. Okay, this is gonna be the fun part because it's gonna be very expensive. We're not gonna be able to afford it, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Time to design a destroyer. It's actually easier than it looks. We're gonna chuck the anti-air combo dual-purpose batteries, which are slightly worse against enemy ships, but they have the anti-air components. We have anti-air tier 3. We also have... Why is it fire control 0? Did I not research fire control? Whale. Alright, chat, I've decided to just hold off on the building of the destroyers for 85 days. Or 67 days. Gotta research fire control so our guns actually hit stuff. Now, we can design a boat and then retrofit it later, but we only have 2 naval dockyards, so it's not really the highest priority. We wouldn't be building it very fast anyway. That being said, we are building more now. And we also have maximum anti-air on all of our islands, maximum radar here, and a decent radar station there. We got land fort or coastal forts level 6 out of 10 on our primary islands. It's like a 60. What benefit is that? 15% per fort level. So that's like what, a 90% debuff to their attack. Okay, anyway, we're fairly safe from naval invasions at this stage. Like, we mobilized, I think, pretty well. We got about 2%, well, 4% more manpower. Still training about 4 Baginders at a time. There's our free dockyards. We'll work on those in a little bit. Okay. What are we talking about? Jobin, thank you for the 9-month sub. Welcome, Jobin. World is spiraled into chaos. It's 3-way world war. What were we talking about before that? Oh, computer parts. I did a bunch of research. I spent basically... Yes? I spent basically Saturday all day researching computer parts and trying to lock in the final purchases because motherboards are just in a very bad state right now, and I don't know why. Like, new motherboards, I feel like are worse than ever before at the moment. The new, like, Z790 boards with the latest chipsets and stuff, half of them have malfunctioning, like, RAM slots. Some of them aren't functional above 64 gigs of RAM, even though they're supposed to support 128. Others, like all of the Z790s, have widespread problems with the Intel, like, what is it, is it the I or 1225 or 226, regarding, like, Ethernet connections. Ethernet connection drops whenever you put the Ethernet line under load, so you have to get, like, a separate PCI Ethernet adapter, which is what I ended up doing. Bought my own Ethernet adapter to plug in. There's just basic stuff that doesn't work, and they're like $400 to $500, which is outrageous, just to support, like, DDR5 speeds at like 6200 plus megahertz. Am I saying the right words? Make sure you get Intel. Intel's the problem, actually. Intel is universally got issues. Sorry, I thought we were on pause. It's the Intel boards that have the issues with the Z790s for the Ethernet slots. In frequently the RAM slots. So I'm sticking to 64 gigs, and hopefully that's enough to mellow it out. And I also bought my own NIC. I feel like things are too expensive to have these problems. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I kept researching, and there were issues with 690 boards, and everyone's going to have, like, the thing with motherboards is, everyone's going to have, like, oh, I have this, and it's a perfect experience. Everything is good. And you'll find for every one person like that, there'll be a second person that's like, this is the worst experience I've ever had in my life. I went through 2 to 3 of these motherboards and finally gave up and got a different one, and the new one worked fine. But I don't understand how it's, like, more of a problem, I feel like, than it has been with simple stuff. Simple stuff. Like, there's no excuse for an Ethernet connection not working on a motherboard. Has there ever been a reason for 64 plus gigs of RAM yet? I think that some application usage, yes, especially with like heavy production. Like if you have a production rig for video production especially, that is one. But if the board says it supports it and it doesn't, that's kind of the issue, right? Like if they just wrote on the box, this doesn't support 128, then people wouldn't buy it, right? So I think that the issue is that they're supposed to work but doesn't. But every time, generationally speaking, every single time we have a leap in the need for more RAM. I remember the old days, chat. You know? Like, listen here. I'm just saying that I don't know if you need 16 gigs of RAM. Like, 8. 8 is already too much for any application to use. Getting more than 8, getting more than 4 gigs of RAM, that is excessive. Who are the combatants in all these wars? I'm not just... The answer is yes. The entire world, other than the United States, is at war. It's a 3-way war. We recapped it a few minutes ago. Engineering. Okay, we got the fire control check. Should have already done that, but didn't. Let's get higher tier cannons, because one day we'll make planes, copium. The Little Entente has a lot of fronts. But then again, so do the British communists. But then again, now so do the Axis. So that's good for us. We probably won't have to deal with many or any naval invasions while Japan is fighting a land war against Russia and communist Britain. But yeah, I don't think you can ever truly have enough RAM, because if you live long enough, eventually it'll be used in something. Just at the rate that everything is scaling. You just gotta live long enough to see it. Okay, torpedo research sorta doesn't matter. We're just getting some stuff. Deploy 100 cavalry or cavalry battalions. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, we got some free construction factories. What's left? I guess we can improve some naval bases. It's a level 3 naval base. Level 2 naval base. Level 7. Let's get at least one level 10. Level 10 naval base. What we really need to do is somehow find the space for the dockyards. And then, I don't think it would hurt to do like one last... coastal fort upgrade, especially around here, because they love invading. This is a great tile to invade. You can spread out very far. They like invading right around here. Coastal forts build pretty quickly, too. Uh-oh. Chat, I've just been talking, dude. They got Intel heard you. I've just been talking. Hi, I'm back. What happened? What was the last thing you heard? I didn't know that we had a oopsie. Apparently we had a oopsie. CPU went to 101. Forts build fast. Oh, okay, that's not that bad then. Let's get 1943 anti-air. Something about coastal forts. Sick. Damn, that really threw me off my groove. Oh, I said I've just been learning so much just random stuff that you would probably never need to know unless you made the mistake of trying to build your new PC now. And I'm probably over-preparing in a lot of respects. But like one of the things I learned was modern motherboards have an issue if you try to, for example, put two different types of RAM. Even if they're the exact same SKU, the same brand, the same speeds, everything's the same. If you don't put them all from like the same lot, some of these new motherboards don't recognize the RAM that you put in. What is this? I don't care, dude. Anyway, example, you get a new motherboard, and let's say you wanted to do 64 gigs of RAM. If you buy 2 sticks of 16 each, right? And you got 32 from those two, and then you buy another set of 2 sticks, it's 16 gigs each, and that's combined 64, 1, 2, 3, 4. But because you bought them from 2 different lots, it can mess it up so that the RAM isn't recognized because you're not, they didn't come from like the same place, so you have to buy all the sticks simultaneously all in one. I don't exactly know why that is the way it is. But it is, so I took a lot of precautions to try to make sure I did everything right. Let's get better artillery as well. Got 186. Naval AA attack. Doesn't seem that good. Oh, I should have gotten a theorist. Let's get a land doctrine theorist. I like that the allies are being super aggressive. They got manpower to spare. All they gotta do is keep the Union of Britain from backdooring them. They're fighting for it, dude. They might even unite a couple of these fronts over here if they keep pushing. Meanwhile, home sweet home, we'll just focus on this area. But yeah, I had to buy one of the super thick boy, like overpriced. I'll show you. I'll show you. Okay. I got the show and tell. Excuse me. Who dares? I don't even know where this is going. This is where having half your troops be cavalry is actually quite useful. Because they are moving quick. Area defense is actually working for once? What? But yeah, basically if they invade from this tile, they can invade anywhere inside this tile, so it makes it very hard to defend against. But it didn't work. Unsuccessful. Now they're gonna go back, repopulate, dig in. They gotta start digging in all over again, which is kind of unfortunate. All right, music, you can come down a little bit. A little loud. There we go. That's better. There you go, chat. Kaboom. 4 sticks. 4. Look how chunky this is. This is 4 sticks in 1. That's what I have. Now I have it. Thanks for giving it to me. But yeah, look, like this is 4 sticks in 1 box, which is apparently the only way to avoid the little issue where it doesn't register RAM from different sets. These are the newest arrivals. I got 2 of these. I'm never gonna run out of space again. That is a 2 terabyte M2, and we got 2 of those guys. I am never running out of space again. Mongolia is also getting declared on. He says that now. DDR5 as well. I'd love that you're going all out. I'm going all out. Yeah. I only build the PC once every 4 to 5 years, and I have never regretted going overboard on each PC build. Like, in this PC right here, I almost got a 1080 instead of a 2080, and now the 2080 is showing its age. Like, if I got chat, 1080 is a great card, but when you're streaming also, you need like higher level than other people need for everything. The 1080 for me would definitely be struggling. The 2080 was a pretty significant increase over the 1080 when it came out. And now the 4090 is even more. There's also an issue where the second channel on some boards won't work, so you can never have more than 2 sticks. Yeah, that's something you just gotta RMA, unfortunately. Let's go final fuel refining here. But I have heard of that one too. I'm using onboard graphics. Then you are truly lost. You are truly lost. At that point, just get a console. It's just easier. And then we got this nonsense. Because I had to get my own PCIe network adapter because I don't trust the onboard. Can I help you? And then I've never ever used one of these before. All right, relax for a sec. I paused. I've never used this before. Anyone in chat have experience with PCIe riser cables? I bought this because it was cheap, and I might need it because I want to use a riser for my GPU. And if you, okay. This is a riser for a PCIe. If you use a riser for the GPU, you can't have like a Ethernet PCIe coming out because they'll clip, right? So I think you have to use a riser for both of them. I don't know how this is going to work at all. I might just end up not being able to use the GPU riser, depending on if the Ethernet problems affect me as well. I never installed one, but I used one. The fish tank case you wanted has one. Really? I ended up not getting that fish tank case. But yeah, I also have a riser for the GPU as well, and I'm not sure how they all work together. But we'll see. I bought it because it was like $15, and it was just like, oh, I'll just get it and see if how it works. Chat, you guys are thinking I'm gonna use. You think I'm gonna use 4 terabytes? Japan, please. Cease this nonsense. They keep trying. Oh, okay, they actually landed tanks. Monkas. This is not good. Stop attacking. Reinforcements are arriving on the scene. They don't have supplies because they haven't taken a port yet. That's the main part. This guy needs to stop running away. Okay, I'm waiting for... You guys have to come help. You can't... Why are you guys... I hate when area defense does this, dude. Okay, we're pushing from 2 angles. I'm gonna get some reinforcements in here. And crisis narrowly averted. Should see the helmets ping. There you go. All right, good job, everybody. Well done. Whew. I'm scrolling down in chat. Hey, what's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? Sorry, I was scrolled up. Lurking in some hearts of iron. Welcome, man. The idea of onboard NIC not working is pretty janky to begin with. I don't have a lot of faith in the current era of parts. Yeah, that is effectively it. It's questionable at best. I've always had problems with motherboards, though. Anyway, I am currently using, for my primary game drive, 1 terabyte. Okay? A 1 terabyte drive. My operating system is on a 500 gig or 465 gig drive. So I'm going from 1.5 terabytes to 4 terabytes plus whatever I crib from this computer, this PC, I can put into the new PC. There's no way I'm gonna run out of space anytime soon. There's no way. I am more than doubling the current amount of space. Where were you in space from your last build, though? I mean, yeah, I'm using like 90% of the game storage space for sure. But 1 terabyte of storage space versus 4 terabytes of storage space. And these are M2 drives, so I'm probably just going to like have 1 be the operating system and then 1 be the game hard drive, and then just get another actual regular solid state SATA connection. And I'll just get 6 terabytes, chat. How's that? Is 6 terabytes enough? I just recently put 2 4 terabyte HDDs in my PC because I ran out of space. It happens. Sneaks up on you. What do you got? Amphibious? That's not that good, but I'll take it because I don't know what else to give you. We got 1 division here. Let's go home defense front, since they've been kind of focusing on that. We're building some more coastal forts, some naval bases, and then we're going to start pumping out... Oh, wait, I should already be doing that. We have 5 dockyards. Okay, time to make a ship, chat. It's time to make a destroyer hull. I forgot. I have 12 terabytes and I'm adding another 4. That's too much. That is too much. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get like another... The problem with the operating system drive is you do need a surprising amount of applications on the same drive that the operating system is. Like, all applications need to be on that drive for speed, but the actual storage doesn't. For example, if you have 2 drives, one for your operating system and one for Steam, Steam itself is supposed to be on the same drive as the operating system. It's the game storage that's supposed to be on a separate drive. And when you have enough of those just applications, you're using like Adobe Suites, you're using editing software, you've got like Epic Game Store, various programs, those are all going to go on your C drive or your Windows drive. So you still need enough space for all that stuff. And it fills up faster than you think. I think like 500 gigs is the minimum I would want for that, because Windows takes up quite a bit. A terabyte would probably be ideal. You can point downloads videos to a separate drive than Windows. Thank you for not listening to our conversation. I'm going to assume you're responding to someone in chat, because I know it can't be me. Okay, anti-air. We have Fire Control 3. A more complex mechanical computer considers a large variety of factors when calculating the ballistic solutions to engage the target. This gives us incredible anti-air and just hit chance for our batteries. We combo that with a Fire Control radar, and that's even more anti-air. Sub detection. Surface detection detects enemy fleets, is great for patrols. And then we got torpedo launchers 4 for the most torpedo attack possible, like double torpedoes 1. And we have tier 4 engine. Uses the same amount of fuel just to go faster. So since this is going to be kind of a catch-all destroyer, I got to decide how we want to sort of max. I didn't research depth charges. So, okay, we might just have to make 2 different types of destroyers then. This one is just going to focus solely on anti-air and torpedoes. I want to give this thick boy, I think 2 torpedoes is actually enough. And then we're going to do... I want to do 4 dual-purpose light cannons. So 2 torpedoes for the big boys, light cannons for the tiny... And they also have anti-air capability. All right. What is... These are going to be the 1944... Why didn't the Eagles just fly the ring to Mordor? Is that too long of a name? Okay. The 1944 Eagle Surprise. The Eagle Surprise. Mark 1. Lock it in. I don't want any more convoys ever. I want to max out Eagle Surprise, but we don't have... We need 40 steel. Chat, how do boat work? How do boat work? We only extract 33. I can't afford to trade 5 factories for 40 steel. That's exactly what I'm gonna do, though. So we're gonna lose 5 factories, but we need boat. Yes, we do need boat. And that's gonna require convoys, and those convoys are gonna sink. I'm not trading with Australia. Let's trade with Chile. For 16 steel. South Africa for 8 steel. China is going to give us 16 steel. And then we break even on steel, which means bye-bye factories. However, we're making boat now. We are making a boat. It'll be ready in September. That's all. 1 destroyer by September. It's easy. If you ate the ring, would it still influence you? I think it would. Like, if the ring can sneak out of someone's pocket and fall into the drink, I think it's possible of making you shit it out. I think that's possible. Talix, please take this the right way. It truly is a compliment. Your ability to put down a game, go play another game, come back, and later not miss a beat is truly awesome. If I put the game down and come back later, I pretty much start over. I like to start over too. And sometimes it takes me a minute to get my bearings. But then once I do, it's just like riding a bike. All right, so anti-air going up. Then what do we have? I needed naval depth charge throwers. Let's spend some extra bonus. If we spend some of our Navy XP, we can just research faster. So I'm gonna do that. It's like episodic television. What, playing something? Okay, we already have unfulfilled import requests. We're just gonna trade with China more. You mean like playing a game and then a week goes by and then we continue it? I used to do that on purpose. Like, I remember playing RimWorld and I just played RimWorld once a week on Saturdays. That was the thing for a while. Cannons too. We don't have the ability to make planes. Let's make fleet speed while retreating. Who can forget RimWorld Saturdays? The olden days. Chat, when the stream effed? When the stream went F, did it create a second VOD? I forgot to ask. I still have the time counter over here. Still so... Oh, it's been 3 hours already somehow. Good God. Okay. Let's do some more mainland defense. I don't see a second VOD? Okay, good. Oh, so I'm thinking about tomorrow doing something new. That's not exactly new to me, but it would be new for us. Something that I have talked about fairly extensively, because I, to put it bluntly, am incredibly bored with all of the potential offerings that I could play, that I also wouldn't feel guilty. Basically, I'm in a weird limbo where there's stuff that I want to play, but there's nothing, like, when I think about it, it's like, oh, wouldn't SimCity 2013 be cool? Yeah, but why do that when you could wait until you have it on the new PC and it's all sexy and like 60 frames per second and 1080p, you know? So everything that I'm like, oh, that sounds fun, is just well, why not just wait a week and hopefully the PC works and then we're just gonna be banging out streams. Like, I'm just gonna snap my fingers and we're just gonna do a bunch of streams. Especially through May, like into the end of April and May. I'm not gonna have 3-day weekends anymore. We're just gonna be gaming. So I was thinking to kind of tide us over and still do something that I think is really fun. I'm thinking about just actually playing Symphony of War tomorrow. And just starting a new campaign, because I've talked about it a bunch. We can actually play an anime game on stream. But it's a really fun tactics game. And after playing War Tales, I was like, ooh, I really feel like playing a tactics and strategy game. And that is a good one. It's probably one of my favorite games of last year. Have you tried War Tales? I have. Yes. I did. Gave that some time. Have you tried Hearts of Iron 4? The famous tactics game Hearts of Iron 4? It's a good one. How are you guys doing over here, by the way? Kind of a standstill? Trying to hold the line? Undecided on Hearts of Iron 4. Gio, are you asking me if I know any other streamers that you can advertise your game to? Memes aside, I don't know any VR streamers. I don't. Tox, what's the USA doing? Sitting on its hands. Just waiting. Biding its time. Led by Alf Landon. They're just doing their thing. Have you played Sweet Transit? I haven't. It's a game that I want to be fun, but I can tell I'm not going to enjoy. Because what I want out of Sweet Transit is a really fun, addictive, fairly in-depth train system of setting up train lines. But I think what I'm going to get is a train system with a tacked-on city builder where I have to repeat the city that I build many times throughout a campaign when I just want to be building train stations and train tracks and setting up routes. Where is this so-called naval invasion, by the way? Why is there a mountain division over there? On the Plains province? Okay, two things. Number one, get the depth charge mortar. Number two, we need to figure out where and how to build more dockyards. But I do have some transportation tycoon style games that I want to get around to at some point. Because I am interested in trying some of those that I maybe missed the first go around. It is not quite 1945. We're at way past 1943, so let's go with Anti-Tank 2 for infantry. 5 research slots with max research speed right now. We're just cruising through. Transport Fever 2 stole my life for about 2 weeks. Yeah, that one's a cool one. That's definitely a wait for the new computer. It's fairly resource intensive. Hey, go away. Leave my islands alone. We got modern firearms, modern weapons. Sitting on a stockpile of 60k. Almost 1,000 extra artillery, good support equipment. Got some trains. We actually do need trains. People kept asking me, does New Zealand need trains? They do. We need 24 for logistics at the moment. And we got 60, and they're armored. But yeah, I do want to try Transport Fever at some point. Oh, that's this one. This is why we reinforced here. You're going to have to turn that boat around, Japan. Are you getting the tokens you spent back for Kitty? I don't know what they're doing, Langatang. What is the plan there? My Kitty Pride tokens, did they announce anything with that? There's a patch tomorrow. And as much as I haven't been having fun with Marvel Snap, They still have... I'm still their thrall. There was another question. Japan took Samoa. But no, I haven't played the Hydroneer update. I have not played... we did play some Hydroneer. I really want to jump into... okay. These are... Listen, chat. I'm going to do something that I shouldn't do. Which is... build unnecessary hype. Because I started a list of things that I want to do at some point after the new PC is built. When I say this, don't expect them immediately or in any particular order. These are just things of like, oh, that would be so much fun if a new PC was built. X4 with the new DLC. I'd love to jump back into some space trucking. Figure out X4 again. That one's towards the top of the list. That's just going to take, getting back into the saddle is going to be a little rough, because I'm going to need some major back seating there. I'm thinking about trying Against the Storm, finally. That game will look better if I can stream it at 1080p. I want to do a full Diablo 2 and potentially a Diablo 3 campaign, just like a lore run-through, because I'm having a great time with D2 still. And planning on doing some D3 for fun before D4 comes out. Oh, and D1. I want to do Diablo 1 and just beat it. Just old school. Go all the way back. And then do D2 Resurrected. Electric torpedoes. Those will help my definitely existing boats that I definitely have. Okay, dude, we got a pretty sprawling army right now. Does anybody have any tips for how to get more naval dockyards? Because you can't convert them to dockyards. Wait, yeah, how do I build dockyards if I can't convert them? How do I delete old factories? And then Diablo Immortal? No. Against the Storm is great. Hey, Bloody Drongo. That's what I've heard. Against the Storm is amazing. Is Everspace in the sights? Everspace looks like the kind of game I want to look at, but I don't know if I want to play. I'm not craving roguelite. I'm in the mood more for X4 than that. Like I want something that's a campaign, even if I only play it for a limited amount of time. Like I want something that is less arcadey, let's say. Less arcadey. Something that has more simulation vibes. Everspace 2 looks very pretty, if nothing else. Yeah. It does look pretty. If they had a demo, I would try the demo. I just don't want to buy it for something I'm not, like, interested in. And I don't really want a key either, because then there's, like, some streamer responsibility involved to... Sometimes I just want to be like, game stinky. But if you get a key, then I feel like I have to, like, review it and give it a, like, thorough examination. It's on Game Pass. Oh, I do have Game Pass. Maybe I'll at least, like, try it to look at it off stream. Okay? Once the PC's built. I thought I was on pause. My bad. I have a couple other secret things that I want to try. There's 1 secret, 2 secrets, 3 secrets, because I don't want to say them in case I change my mind, that I think will be pretty hype. Microsoft Flight Simulator, obviously. Obviously. That's something I want to do. Toying with the idea of revisiting No Man's Sky. at some point? That's a question mark. SimCity 2013 is for sure locked in once new PC is built. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim will run so good. And I've waited so... They've updated so much. Okay, we're gonna grind our single factory to a halt on artillery and just start making the best artillery money can buy. It's 1 extra steel and lowers our efficiency down to 30%, but it's growing at 0.36% per day, so it won't take that long. And it'll slowly upgrade what we already have to the better. RTX Minecraft? Dude, yeah! I unironically still want to do Minecraft. I haven't forgotten. That's just on the long form list. But anyway, all that stuff is stuff that, like, I just can't. I can't make myself do it until after I have a functional, keyword functional, new PC. Warhammer 3 Sins patch. I am not saying no, but I'm also not saying yes. I think Warhammer will look a lot better on the new PC. But I'm also streamers are weird, chat, and there's a sphere, like a Venn diagram of how games get streamed, and for me the Venn diagram looks like this. When a game is brand new and streamer is interested in it, it gets streamed. If a week goes by, 2 weeks go by, a month goes by, and the game came and went, and you're like, everybody else has already streamed it, everyone else has already played it, everyone else has already watched it, and I do the new thing but like with a month delay, it's like, why bother? Why do that? I don't want to do that. So then, like, time goes by, like months go by, 6 months, a year. The further away you get from the thing, the easier it is to be like, oh, you know what? I never checked out the DLC for this game that I like. Let's go do that. And that's like something later, once people's tolerance for it has kind of reset. Because if everyone's already consumed it, they've hit like media saturation on thing, and you have to either get in with everybody else and just tank it, even if it's totally at saturation. You can't do it like 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later. Something about it doesn't feel right. But then a year later, 2 years later, it's like, oh, it's fresh again. It's good. Because it's a cool thing and you want to experience it for yourself. Yeah, but wanting to... the streamer identity is intrinsically tied to the chat and the communal aspect of streaming the thing. Yeah, that's a reason to play it off stream, not necessarily on stream. That's a good way to put it. Peak Jeff period. Peak Jeff period. But yeah, like Dredge. You know, Dredge was like, oh, Dredge is new, Dredge is fun. I'm having a great time because it's new, fun, and also unexplored territory. Some things being new is exciting. Things being just old enough that everyone else has already seen it, I don't like that. Like, I would say the same for movies or any type of media. Like, if I had a bunch of friends in my circle, right, that were like, yo, I love Dungeons & Dragons movie. Dungeons & Dragons movie is so good. And they all see it. And then if I don't go see it with them, it's not as fun. The movie might be amazing. Oh, that's so many dudes. The movie might be incredible. But if my entire friend group has already gone out to see it, it's not as fun anymore. It's not as fun. Okay, they're definitely gonna get landfall here. We got the Mountaineers to jump on, but they're not entrenched, so they're gonna need some reinforcements. They've also got a little pocket here. Which shouldn't be that big of a problem. But yeah, I would say the same about like TV shows, movies, everything else. It's not just video games. This is fine. We're locked in here, dude. Reinforcements are on the way, and they have no supplies. This is why we heavily guard the ports. It really doesn't matter how many units they get in here if we hold the ports. The Kitty Pride update was announced on Discord. Highlighted message. She's getting a balance change. Owners of the card will get 8,000 tokens. They're scared. And all players will get Kitty for free. What? Stonks? Kitty Pride stonks? I invested 6,000 tokens and I get 8,000 tokens? Is this real? That's so unbelievable. That I don't know. I believe you, but I don't believe you. Why would you just come on here and lie? Okay, you guys are gonna need some more troops. I'm looking it up. I don't believe it at all. I just read some. I didn't say that. That was someone else in chat who said that. Okay, we can't let them get entrenched, is the thing. Like, we can't let them dig in, even if they're out of supplies. Yes? Are they gonna do just another naval invasion? It's true? It's real? Okay, it's real. What was the issue? Okay, so the issue was in Marvel Snap, there was this card, Kitty Pride. And the way you acquire new cards in Marvel Snap is complicated, but long story short, you save up tokens, which is the currency with which you acquire new cards. If you choose not to buy the card, it drops down to a free bracket in 4 months' time, and it just rotates into the normal collection. But you can basically pay tokens, which you should automatically be earning around 5,000 to 6,000 of as a free-to-play player. Once chat, shh. You should automatically be getting about enough to get a new card every month, and then the rest of the cards will drop down for free, right? So this card came out, Kitty Pride, which had severe bugs. The bugs were so bad that if one person would play the card, because of its obscure mechanics and its weird interactions, basically you could bounce it back to your hand and put it somewhere else, which is a strange thing to do in Marvel Snap. It would bug out the game, kick you or your opponent out of the game, where you can't reconnect to the game, and then you wouldn't be able to reconnect to any game for 45 minutes to an hour. It would basically lock you out of playing any games, bug your entire app, and you just can't play. You have to shut the game down and go to bed. All right, we're chasing them back to the tip of the North Island here, and they're all gone. So, good job. That's why we just couldn't let them get dug in. So we're at 13,000 casualties. We have inflicted 243,000. We're number one on the leaderboards right now. That was a huge encirclement. So they disabled the card. Like, it was such a severe problem, they just turned the card off and said no one can play it. I, however, along with many others, were like, damn, that's a cool card. Like, it's a really sweet card design. And they people were excited about it. So you get the card, and then a few days later, it's turned off. And you spent 6,000 tokens, which, by the way, if you're not pay-to-winning, you still have to spend an entire month accumulating to be able to get the new card early, right? So, big deal. And it's been turned off for, like, weeks now, to the point where it's going to be downgrading if it wasn't for what the thing they just announced, like just ordinarily, it would have been downgrading to half of its cost in 1 month's time to 3,000 tokens, and then free in 2 more months. So you just spend 6,000 tokens, which takes you a month to get, and you don't get anything because the card got turned off. So to make up for it, apparently they've said everyone who bought the card with tokens that was 6,000 is getting 8,000 tokens refunded. So card stonks. I'm making more tokens than I spent just for being inconvenienced. And also they patched the card to nerf it, I think, because it was powerful. What's the patch? Did they announce Kitty Pryde's new stats? And then they're giving the card to everyone for free for the problem. And that's why I said it sounds like they're scared, because like I and many other people have just been really annoyed with the state of the game. And it's like the first fun new card that's come out in a couple months I get, and of course it breaks and they have to turn it off. So I've just been really bored in Snap recently. There's a super sweet card coming out tomorrow though, Jeff the Shark. It's a real card that I did not just make up. Jeff the Shark's coming out. It looks awesome. So, gonna be getting that one. And the fact that I'm getting all my tokens refunded is even sweeter, because I'm gonna use that. Basically, Marvel Snap has until May. They have until the end of May. You can't return it to your hand at will. It returns at the start of each turn. Oof. Oof. That's rough. For the same cost? So you have to play it on turn 6, or it just goes to your hand, or your hand has to be full. Yikes. Not as fun anymore. It's still interesting, but not that sounds rough, because your turn 6, you have to set aside 1 energy, which gives your opponent a lot of information. So they know you're not going to play a 6-cost card. Damage control upgrades. I was just going to get advanced landing craft, actually. Well, now we can get damage control. Unless there's anything industrial we need. We don't have any synthetics. Engineering is set. Let's get aircraft engines for the future. 5 research slots is amazing, because here comes fuel refining 5. It's almost 1945. I'm just gonna get Engineer Company 4, because entrenchment is obviously what we're using the most to fend off these naval invasions. Jeff the Baby Land Shark, an important distinction. 8,000 tokens and a please don't stop playing our game. Yeah. Anecdotally, either the matchmaking is far worse in Snap now, or fewer people are playing it. I'm gonna go with the latter. Because I would say I play 50 to 70% bots, which are official bots, not people cheating. Canadians are coming. yeah, they are. But it's been in a rough spot for the past couple months, so. My theory is that they've been very slow to patch the game and nerf cards that appease the whales. Like Galactus, like Leech. Okay, Leech doesn't appease the whales. Like Shuri, like Thanos, because corporately they need the most powerful cards to also be the most expensive technically to obtain. Like that's just Gacha 101, right? But then enough of the regular people got upset and started leaving that now it's finally like, okay, I guess we'll nerf the cards that have been running rampant, obviously, for the last 2 straight months. It's finally time to be transparent for the little guy. So I'm expecting tomorrow's patch to be pretty sweeping. Because I think they've run out of goodwill time. At least from me. Like, I'm just out of patience. They got my money, so they can have it. Like, I've had fun. I've enjoyed it. I don't regret spending money to have fun. We actually don't need fire control methods, but damage control, yeah. The Shuri meta has been insane. It's felt like forever. Yeah, it's felt like forever. I think there's going to be some sweeping changes and, like, effect changes. Race for the bomb. We can't allow others to develop an atom bomb before us. I think they're going to. Let's do... We got a war support is great. Which one of these is pretend? I think land appropriation is the real one. It lowers war support and stability. Region-wide industrial is a fake button that doesn't actually work, though. But yeah, I think it's a situation when you can't close Pandora's box. Like, when you release cards like Thanos and Galactus and make them awesome, big, bad experiences that everybody wants and then everybody acquires, then when you need to nerf those cards, you run the risk of pissing off and alienating all of those people who bought the really cool, if not OP. Oh, Galactus isn't OP. He's just really he's just stupid. Like, I hate him and I hope he gets deleted from the game. He's not OP. He's just stupid, right? And I hope he gets deleted. I do. I just hope he gets removed. I don't care. But the problem is you can't do that because everyone already paid for them. And what are you going to do? Give them their tokens back? No, that's crazy. So you put yourself in a rock and a hard place where you open Pandora's box, release these cards that are either annoying, OP, or both, and you can't put them back because you already gave them to everybody. So that's why they've... this is just opinion. This is just opinion. That's why, in my opinion, they've been nerfing all the other cards. It's like, we didn't nerf Thanos. We just nerfed Quinjet. We didn't nerf Shuri. We just nerfed Red Skull 3 times. You know, like, we are nerfing Galactus by removing a power, which is actually a buff. So it just to me, it's very suspicious. It's very easy to have just nerfed the cards that were problematic before pissing off the rest of the player base. And like I said, spending all the goodwill you acquired in the first few months. We're like, okay, genuine question, chat. How do I create space for naval dockyards? Can you delete existing factories and not just convert them? Or am I just stuck? Galactus is very beatable, just annoying. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Nerfs in my gotcha game? Go to the state panel, mouse over an existing factory, a little X should appear. Like, my intel panel? The state panel. Click on, oh, the state panel. The state panel. Like here? Ah, I've never done this before. It's very interesting. Okay, so we're just gonna delete a few civilian factories. Wait, did I think I just tried to convert one. The X doesn't... Oh, wait, hang on. Is it because I'm doing... None of these can be deleted? In war times, it's only possible to remove buildings once every 30 days. Shut up. Shut up. It's wartime. I'll do what I want. I'll do what I damn well please. Let's do war bonds. That gives us some consumer goods factories, which for us doesn't really do anything. All right, we're working on some naval dockyards. One day we will have ourselves a ship, chat. It is 1944. Let's see how mainland Europe looks. The United States is awaking. The Chilean Socialist Republic. Carlos Contreras La Barca. La Barca? La Barca? Versus Chile. Can you do it in the south also? Well, I also need that factory to produce the other factory. It's a vicious cycle. The U.S. opened by punching really low. Carmelo, thank you for 37 months. Sorry for the subs that I missed. I'm going back. Thanks for over 3 years. Welcome back, Carmelo. Retrograde Motion for 69 months. That is a sub count you don't see every day. Jam and Ben, thank you for the gift sub at Not Good at This, who's here for month 4. What up, Not Good at This? Thanks for hanging. Tentacular Time Lord getting comfy with 3-0. Thank you for sharing the sub. Chaotic Clown, I appreciate the prime. Welcome back for 21. Big Sorry and a Jobin as well. For 38 and 9 months, respectively. Yo, thanks for the sub. Now that you all subbed, I need to take a BRB. It's been almost 4 hours, and I haven't stood up yet. So I would like to take Midas the dog outside. Though, I am playing an Iron Man campaign. I'm tempted to leave the game unpaused. What do you think? Too risky? What about 2 times speed? That's much less risky. What's the worst that could happen? I have to end the stream early because they give up New Zealand? What's the worst that could happen, chat? It'll be fine. That's just extra challenge when I come back. All right, keep an eye on potential naval invasions, all right? You're in charge of the coastal defense. I'll be back in just a few minutes after I take the dog outside, get a snack, get a drink, and I'll be right back. Appreciate you watching, and thanks for spending your Monday evening here. Back shortly.
How we doing?
Excuse me. Russia is justifying. I thought we were. Are we not already at war? Why do I hear boss music? Okay. Thanks for waiting. We're back. Seems like everything is A-okay. Knock on wood. I spoke too soon. Well, we got plenty of people up there. I assume we are already at war. Yeah, we're already at war. Why are they justifying against me? Maybe it says, or your allies. It could just be like a national focus. France, I need you to not lose. I know that's asking a lot. Luckily for you, we have good news and bad news. Russia is a tug of war right now. Japan is tugging from the east. Europe is tugging from the west. Whoever wins, we lose, right? What's best case scenario? We march in, Russia capitulates, and then suddenly you have a border with Japan? Maybe that is best case scenario. They still have almost 3 million troops. I'm doing my part. Actually, okay. 7. I'm doing my part. Look at this surprise back door. We are holding the coast right now, chat. How many does Russia have? I have no idea. I don't know if we can see that intel. I assume not that many because the Soviet Union was shattered very early in our campaign. I was originally making a bunch of infantry to invade Australia, but now it's just the Coast Guard against Japan. Pan-Slavic Workers' Congress. Rather than be a member of the Comintern, which doesn't exist, the Yugoslav government has announced that they aim to lead Southern Slavs in their fight for worker rights. Curious. Okay, actually we know that Russia has 2 to 4.5 million, which is a lot. But it's also split between East and West, which is good. What's not good is Europe giving way to various bits of British incursion. They're getting closer to Paris. Like, I think Russia is losing, but only because they kind of barked up the wrong tree here between Japan and Manchukuo. They have Paris? Oh. That's not good. Where's the capital now? Brest? They do have Paris, yeah. Whoops. Good job. Well done, everyone. Let's get highest tier field hospital, because our manpower, we got about 400,000 deployed, which is very good for New Zealand. Especially compared to Australia. We have like double Australia's fighting power. I just can't make boats. Make boat hard. Make boat difficult. Yeah, Belarus joined the Axis and dragged Japan into the war. Just Hearts of Iron things. I love how the dominoes fall in a new way each time. All right, Chile's at war and therefore isn't really fulfilling our import requests. I'm just sending our factories to China, actually. So we can get steel. We're getting steel so we can build our... Oh, we just built a boat. Actually, now that you mention it, let's retrofit... which part? We're retrofitting... We got max fire control. What was I gonna do? I was just gonna make, I think, the depth charge 4? Yeah, I'll take one of the turrets off. So we have 3 dual-purpose light and anti-air turrets, 1 dedicated anti-air, which we can upgrade, 2 torpedoes for destroying ships, and then just 1 advanced anti-sub. This is just a catch-all. This is a catch-all. 1944 Eagle Surprise Mach 2. It's better. And since we had just started production of one of those, chat, we have 2 of them. I thought we just made our first one. We've got 2 of these. Rip the Netherlands. British forces have taken over. We're in trouble. we are in trouble. But yeah, we've augmented our fleet with 2 destroyers, who I am gonna send home now because they need to do some repairs. So my question is, what is a good name for our New Zealand... Why is this called the United Kingdom Task Force 3? What is this heresy? What is this heresy? What's a good... I don't know, I'm not an AI. The Little Entente is becoming smaller. That's not good. How long would this take? 2nd of March? That's not too bad. All right, let's get level 4 radar. And then... How long will the airbase take? 2nd of April? It's a bit long. The thing is... Hold on. Let's go ahead and remove... Now that I know how to do this, we can delete a civilian factory. Thanks to chat, by the way. Thanks to chat. Let's get another dockyard in there first. Focus on that. We're not going to be able to max these dockyards out, but we'll get close. Because the more dockyards that are building a ship, the more steel we need there. So like we're deleting civilian factories to make dockyards, but the dockyards need steel. To get steel, we need to trade civilian factories. So, small issue there, as you might see. You don't have any planes yet, but what I'm trying to say is I have to delete my civilian factories one by one. So I want to build stuff I might need later before I don't have civilian factories. Do you understand the problem? That's the issue. We don't have that much space. Okay, I need a name for this fleet. That isn't the United Kingdom. Oh, the Fellowship. Duh, it writes itself. That one's easy. All right, let's... any more boat stuff that would be useful? We're kind of just focusing all in on destroyers. I already got the right guns. We don't need you. We got max landing craft. No, I think we're actually good on boats, good on artillery and anti-air. Let's do recon companies. Sonar, you actually don't need sonar if you're doing the other things. I'll show you why. Because if you're making a boat... Sorry, sonar goes in place of radar, I think, right? Yeah, radar or sonar. Radar 4 has 14 sub-detection already. So radar does also detect subs. And then active sonar, it doesn't have the stats here, but it's comparable. And you get the benefits of radar. You can do radar and sonar without fire control. Okay, but fire control's better. The number of times submarines are going to sink your destroyers versus the number of times that naval bombers are going to sink your destroyers, it's going to be naval bombers. So we already have some sub-detection. That's plenty. Let's get infantry equipment 3 for more soft attack. Don't sink my convoys. Come on, dude. Oh, speaking of submarines. But they're early submarines, too. I'd be surprised. Russia is now the leader of the British Communist Alternative. Alternative indeed. Okay. Well, that is interesting. Go for it, dude. All right, chat. I want some interaction with you. Ominous song start. Tell me what you guys are playing right now. Rust? We got some Rust gamers in chat? I miss Rust. Skyrim, Star Sector, Gib new update please. CK3, nice. Hearts of Iron mods. Zomboid. Pokemon Scarlet, Infinite Fusion, Dragon Age. Such an eclectic mix. I enjoy just seeing what chat's doing because it's always like things I never expect. 7 Days to Die, NHL, Minecraft, World of Warcraft, Everspace, Mega Man, Slay the Spire, Team Fortress, RuneScape. Is this the result of streaming a variety of games? You get a just a eclectic mix of everyone's playing something different. CDDA, Avorion, Total War, Warhammer 3, Fallout New Vegas. I just beat Death Stranding, bought the director's cut, and playing it again. I want to play some more of that. I just need motivation to play it by myself. Playing games offline is hard. Call of Cthulhu, Darkest Dungeon, Hogwarts Legacy, Diablo 3, SWOTOR? I miss SWOTOR. I enjoy watching games I will never play myself. That's fair. By the way, we're just chilling. Game's unpaused. We're just going. We're just chatting. The rest of the world is at war. We're just trying to keep them off of New Zealand's shores. While I bide my time, building naval dockyards. We're building naval dockyards. We're about to have 8 dedicated to a single destroyer. And we're still recruiting about 4 divisions at a time. We are... What is our cap of manpower? Should be 24, 21, 20... Yeah, should be... We're at cap. So this is... the maximum, I'd say. So we're just gonna say no more training. I want about 50,000 manpower surplus. I think you'd have to get into Cataclysm. I would. It's on the to-do list. It's just one of those games that I'm intimidated by learning Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead on stream. So certain games that I want to do, I need to learn how to do by myself, and that requires external motivation. It's like homework. I didn't become a streamer so I can do homework, you know? I did my time. Never again. But something being new is very helpful in that regard. Let's add another factory to China. Oh, they don't have more. We're buying all the steel. Night vision. Land night attack up 10%. What year is it? 45? Let's get top tier military police. There is too much eclectic knowledge in that game. You need chat input. But I mean to just like understand what I'm visually looking at, you know? Speaking of, we're about to have an interesting situation here. We're getting, they're gonna jump on the islands. They won't actually have a port. So we're throwing back the forces that tried to go directly... Boop. Where did you go? So they shouldn't have any supplies. So I'm gonna be careful and leave one unit on the port, because if they back cap us somehow, that would be very embarrassing. They have a lot of combat width, but no supplies. And we have... Why do we have so much defense here? We have so much defense? It's kind of crazy. We have an intel advantage. All right, you guys tried to attack. You don't get to just stop, you know? All right, we might need a backup unit. I can't afford to let them get entrenched is the thing. So we're gonna try and reinforce. Are they sending more? No, that's us. That's friendlies. Green number good, chat. Green number good. Word got out, and I heard you have a spare printer I can have. No. I'm keeping it in the box as a time capsule. Oh, there are more people coming in. Where are you guys? Oh no, they're coming for the same spot, probably. Alright. Just build organization as fast as possible. Chance to receive crits on our boats is down. Now we can max that, and we've also maxed our Air Force XP. We don't have any planes, we just like to pretend. Occasionally, we jump off of the couch with an open umbrella and pretend like we can hover for just a second, you know? That's the extent of our Air Force at the moment. Let's do... I love large underscore plane underscore airframe underscore design underscore cost underscore factor minus 75%. It's a strong one. Let's just do... Let's do the air XP gain one. escort, experience loss, aces, fighter detection, power projection. Yeah, let's do fighter detection and air mission efficiency, and then lock in some doctrines. Air superiority, mission efficiency up. Fighters have more agility. Agility means they don't get shot. Air superiority plus 15, and we're good. I can actually do all the army command ones too. We're getting attacked a lot, so chance of defense on level up is good, but I'm gonna think towards the future and do more chance of bonus attack. Entrenchment speed, I love. Planning speed is fine. Cavalry attack would, unironically, this is probably the only time I've ever been able to pick this, because we have a lot of cavalry. Okay. And then finally, just kind of scanning these. I'm just gonna go for entrenchment speed and max entrenchment up. And then we got elastic defense is a new card that gives big bonuses to attacker and defender. It lowers attacker damage and increases defender damage. Counters blitz. So we also get some bonus to reinforce rate. But what that allows me to do is choose a preferred tactic. Now that we've unlocked elastic defense, I can say, hey, you guys should use that more often. And we have static warfare, which gives it more chance of being chosen. So it's gonna help us a lot too. And I got an Achievo for it, as they try and launch another invasion here. Okay. Decisions. How can I increase stability? Let's do, I was doing improve worker conditions. This is 180 days, and it takes away some factories. I'll just build another slot first and take the small stability hit. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to move the camera. All right, we're a little low on factories. I'm just gonna go ahead and get... That's a really high priority airbase. I don't know. I'm probably never gonna have that many planes, but I like to dream big. Okay, they keep having to trade all of my factories away to get steel from China. Chad's playing Space Station 13, Wind Waker, RuneScape, Darkest Dungeon. Someone asked if I was going to play the EU4 DLC. I've never played Europa, so I will not be playing the Europa DLC, because I, simply put, don't know how to play the game. Even a little bit. Literally never installed it. I don't own it. France? Are you guys okay? Are you sure you're not spreading yourselves too thin? I feel like you should really think about retaking Paris. There's a lot of tanks on your border from Russia. This is such a weirdly cursed timeline. EU4 is nice. I found EU4 kind of boring and dry. Lacks the flavor of other titles. Lack personality. It's a fun virtual board game. It's fun, but has a worse DLC policy. How so? Who is helping France? France is in the little Entente. So everybody in Europe except for Russia and Britain and Italy. Turkey, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Switzerland, Belgium, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Ukraine, Crimea, and more I'm probably forgetting. The little big entente. Yeah. Ooh. Maximum field hospitals. So the most amount of casualties will be repopulated. Are we good on boat research? If we're only doing destroyers, then I think we're actually good on boats. I don't know if any of these are good for planes, but we also can't really make planes easily. Factories are hard. And if I want to invade Australia, I need a navy, which I'm working on. We've already made 2 destroyers, which I'm hesitant to put into the open ocean. And I've got 8 whole dockyards making more. It's very slow. Who's even in the water here? I'm assuming this is all... I guess it could be Japan or Britain. But for the time being, I'm just gonna one by one hope that Chile... Actually, yeah, what happened with Chile? The US was briefly at war and I think is back at peace now. Unfortunately, I think we're just waiting on the dust to settle in Europe. And Japan doesn't show any signs of slowing. Amazed your 2 light cruisers are still alive. Like, I'm tempted to just send the boats we do have out into the water, but I just don't know. They're gonna be, I feel like they're gonna be overwhelmed very quickly. But then again, when is the right time? I guess I could just remove some military factories instead of civilian factories, and then we could build dockyards faster. Because, like, realistically, do we need 69,000 spare infantry equipment? Do we? I have, like, 3,000 spare of our best possible weapon. And we have the best possible infantry equipment research. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start researching nukes and missiles because I don't know what else to research. Lend-lease to France. Which part? Like, give them stuff for what? Tox, what CPU did you go with? That's one of the parts that is coming on Wednesday. And I decided to go with the 13,900K Intel. Less, mostly because the multi-application usage appeals to me slightly more than AMD having better, like, 3 or 4 extra frames per second on games. Any plans for new RimWorld run? Right now, no. If I was planning on it, you'd know. But I feel like having fun with my video games at the moment. You know? And not just feeling pain. Not even with the RimWorld GPT mod? Yeah. I love having to download multiple third-party extensions to make something work. From unknown sources. Sounds like a plan. Okay, let's delete some... I'm just gonna go rogue and delete some military factories. And replace those... We don't really need this many guns. It's the same thing with, like, the beta for Dark and Darker. Like, I just don't feel like going third party on that stuff, you know? Through unknown sources. I've become a centralized gamer. I guess we could have researched and trained Marines for, like, a naval invasion. Would have been smart. That would have been good. Okay, I'm going on 4x speed for pretty much this whole stream. I don't think 5x really speeds things up too dramatically. It probably just lags my game more. Because this is a mess. By the way, Zaya says, howdy, it's been a while. Hello, Zaya. Thanks for a year and a half of subscribing. Welcome back, and thanks for one more. Steam is the middleman third party. How much we've changed in the last 20 years. In this brief window on the the precipice of the AI takeover, I just want everyone to stop and appreciate this small, enjoyable window we have before AI starts feeding viruses to your grandparents' emails convincingly. And starts calling you and leaving, like, convincing voice messages suggesting that one of your loved ones has been taken hostage and that you have to pay this account for them to be released with a voice sample from your family members, okay? Before that becomes super widespread, let's just stop and appreciate this simpler time in human history. Luckily, I never answer my phone anyways. That's why your family's gonna pay the ransom. Do you understand? Because you don't answer your phone. They're gonna call you to find out if it's true, and then they're gonna pay. That's already happened. Yeah, I know. That's a real thing. That's already happened. But I'm saying before it becomes widespread. I just joined. What's happening, chat? The world is at war! We're at a time where even Linus Tech Tips can get hacked. It is very... Like, I saw it happen to Splattercat too. It's very easy to have it happen, yeah. Easier than ever. You're one bad link away. I don't click on anything. Devs send me keys, and I'm like, I don't even want your Steam key. It's probably a virus. I'll just buy it myself. Didn't Paris already fall, like, ages ago? Yeah, Paris fell ages ago, but now it's been retaken by France. I'm very confused why we just got a notification there. Kingdom of Italy is justifying a war against us. Why would you do that? Italy is bored. The USA has to be bored too. It's 1945. Like, what are you doing? Why would you sink 10 of my convoys? I only have 154 convoys. Oh, we're not getting the steel because they're sinking and harassing us. Chat. At what point do we just send our baby fleet out of the nest? We got 3 1944 cruisers, but unfortunately, I think only one of them... Oh my god, yeah. Only one of them has anti-sub. That's not good. Yeah, one of them has super depth charges. So, maybe when the next one comes out, We can start patrolling and saving some of those. Sometimes I wish this wasn't Iron Man mode so I can experiment with it, and if every ship gets blown up immediately, I could just save scum. But I committed. Nobody who wants something from me sends me an email. Action required? Not from me. That's exactly right, Nog. There's like, anybody who needs to get in touch with me will never ring the doorbell, you know? If you ring the doorbell, you're a stranger, because the real ones texted me and said, hey, just got here. Or, I'm here. I'm outside. Text messages. What mod adds New Zealand? It's not a mod, it's a DLC, you silly. And it's already in the game. DLC was patched in like Pangea 7.6.1. He thinks New Zealand is real. Yeah, we're running out of stuff to research. I'm researching rockets because why not? Okay, free civilian factories. We need one more dockyard to at least have one regular full production of destroyers. So, let's grab another military factory, kiss it goodbye, make a dockyard for me. Centralist Australia demands annexation! It's time! We've been preparing for this! We have long worryingly followed the growth of nationalist fervor in centralist Australia, and it seems as though the day has finally come when it's spilled out past their own borders. Citing a common heritage as pioneer nations, suggestions have been floated of a united state of Oceania. Rhetoric has turned increasingly aggressive in the face of New Zealand resistance, however. New political speculation has turned to open hostility, and Eric Campbell publicly demands the annexation of all New Zealand territory to the state of centralist Australia. If we refuse, a forceful invasion seems possible. If they want our islands, come and fight for them. What if we just accept and end the campaign? That'd be a tragic misclick. Hilariously, we actually can't justify a war goal against Australia because we're a democracy, which is hilarious. But we can try to goad them into attacking us. A 100% world tension, by the way. Yeah, like... Australia just demanded your annexation. Take the high road, New Zealand. Don't stoop to their level. You want to fight a war with Australia after they demanded that you join them or else die? Pfft, that's not a good enough reason. What are you, a fascist? Do the Navy ships have real names? Sometimes they do. But I think the ones that come out of the production line are probably just, like, taken from a pool of names. What's the most peaceful place in the world right now? Probably the US. Stop blowing my things up, please. Yeah, I think China's pretty chill. They're bordering a war. There's a war over there, but they're pretty chill. Chat, I just want to say I'm proud of France for retaking Paris. Now they're trying to retake Brittany. And there's not very many troops there, to be honest. They're also fairly close to Moscow. They got big numbers and low supplies. If they didn't doom stack so much, they'd have better supplies, and this would go a lot easier. The unit icon stacking, that's what happens when there's a lot of allies fighting in the same front. Those are different nations represented. Russia's getting hammered, though. Can't say they don't deserve it. They picked a war with Mongolia, too. They've already dropped from like 4 to 3 million manpower. Let's actually take a look at the stats. So this is the Japanese-French war. We've lost 15K. We were responsible for 306,000 Japanese shogunate casualties. You're welcome, world. And who else? That's pretty much it from there. The German-British war. It's a good ratio. Yeah, Union of Britain's down 600,000. Russia 680K here. Versus the Axis. And then, all right, pause. Indian-Malaysian war. Why? I don't know why this is happening, India. Why are you doing this? But go, okay, anyway. Throw them back! 27-1 KDR. I'm building my navy, chat. Someone asked, what's the goal of this campaign? Is to make New Zealand hopefully take over fascist Australia. But right now we're trying to make a navy. And our navy is going to be happy if we just get 10 dockyards making destroyers and have steel for them. That's basically it. And then live long enough. This is a massive invasion right here, actually. These guys are about to land like all over the dang place, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have some problems here. This is the biggest naval invasion yet. They haven't taken a port, though. They're trying to get to Wellington, and we're not gonna let them. Did they take a port? I don't, maybe. Did they? I don't think so. We're just having some supply issues. But I think it's gonna be fine. We got like maximum infantry tech. I'm just gonna go ahead and get night attack ahead of time here. I'll be taking that. Imagine getting sent to New Zealand just to die. It's more likely than you think right now. I'm gonna train like 2 more divisions here. Rip. And that puts our new total up to 367,000 casualties inflicted. Nice. We might hit 1 million today. This is why we have so many just sporadic, small... the horsies are only 6 combat with. Why? Who? Those guys are barely even there, but we have 12 combat width as our primary, and they have support artillery, NG company, and field hospitals. I'm gonna give support artillery to our mountaineers as well. New Zealand, the source of Japan's manpower problems. I don't know what the second one said, but there's a Turkish uprising. What if you became communist and declared on Australia? That would take a very, 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 very long time. In fact, there are no ways to just... I would have to, like, specifically try and join the Comintern, which doesn't work now. Wait, I guess I could just take the Lee affair and it automatically changes the party. Never mind. This is one of the easier ways to switch faction types. I don't know who you're fighting, but I accept. You can convert those cav. I don't think you can. Oh, wait. These were just supposed to be people that I trained a lot of. Speaking of, I thought I was already researching Marines. I am. I'm researching Marines. There's not that many of the little horse guys. There's like 8 total divisions. That wouldn't really become too much. Can I help you? Is this Hitler? Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's his capital. It's where he lives now. Oh, they're having such a good time over there in Europe. Meanwhile, it's almost 1946 here, and Australia is threatening war. They're improving relationships with the German Reich. It's probably only a matter of time before they join up. So that's where he is. Oh, I was like, what is chat responding to? Are you guys responding to, the Hitler thing? All right, let's trade with the US. It's gonna take significantly more of our civilian factories. But I'm trying to get these ships pumped out as fast as possible. Secret volcano lair. The problem with this is, like, I don't have that many convoys. We have 137. Oh, that's what chat was saying do a Lend-Lease for. All right, France. Request Lend-Lease. Gib convoys. They will not accept. Negative 1,000. They have insufficient equipment. I don't think anyone will accept. Hey. United States. They say no. Not even close. We're on our own. Like, I can just stop making destroyers. And then... Let's cancel both of these. Alright, let's make a Marine group. I'm gonna say the Marines need to be pretty dense. I'm thinking 21 combat width, 5 actual units of Marines for the huge bonuses to naval invasion, supported by 4 regular infantry, a line artillery, got an NG company, field hospital. We could do truck recon, actually. We have a lot of spare trucks. And then I'm gonna do a... We don't have any anti-air. Support artillery. Chat, what should we name our Lord of the Rings themed Marines? Are you at war with Germany? Yeah, I'm at war with everybody in the Axis, technically. Almost 1946 and Hitler's still alive. Yes. Something something Helm's Deep. The Tom Bombardiers. Okay. The Corsairs. Corsairs actually does make the most sense. The Helms Beachers. Corsairs is easy. That's Lord of the Rings. Okay. Nail. We don't have enough Special Forces cap to actually train them. Isn't Special Forces cap based on your... Is it just total population size? I only have 3 Mountaineers here. Well, that was useless, huh? It's based on current deployed manpower. What? Where does it even say Special Forces cap? You are currently fielding 20 and training 0 of our 24 allowed Special Forces battalions. It's Special Forces Tech. Capacity multiplier. Okay, we'll try that then. The Mountaineers would be good inside of Australia as well. Well, that's not good. Italy is like, wait a second. I thought I was supposed to be in the Axis too. Is it too late? It's 1945. Is it too late for me to get in on this? Looks like you guys are having too much fun in here. Yeah, we're doomed now. Not my problem. I'm not in Europe. It's gonna be my problem eventually. But eventually is not now. I got a level 10 airbase. I got huge radar. I got max anti-air. Okay. I'm gonna beef up coastal forts, which is actually gonna go quite quickly. Can I help you? Throwing more bodies into the meat grinder. Yo, you're playing New Zealand? I am. I am playing New Zealand, and we're pumping out as many destroyers as we can. Chat, we're at 6? No, we're at 4 destroyers and the 2 light cruisers. So we should have at least 2 of these destroyers can oh, those notifications. They want me to help against Turkey, I think. Did I already join? The flickering on your screen is not a ghost. Well, this isn't good. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix this, guys. Who? Somebody's wounded? Joke's on you. You guys tried to take over New Caledonia, but you've unfortunately run into a dead end. And there's no escape. Now you're mine. Alright, you guys can go wherever. Why are you coming over here? When is Australia gonna get pissed enough to actually declare war on us? Because I'm very much looking forward to that. Oh no. What level of... We have level 6 naval forts there. Backed up by like 4 divisions is pretty good. Alright, chat. I want to... I gotta figure out how to do this in an organized fashion. Because I don't want people just screaming a bunch of random things. When I say this. Too late. Hello, Promachian. Ah! Because I want to ask chat a question to do something. But if you all answer at once, I won't be able to actually give proper responses to the things. Let's boost war support. Encourage frugality, that helps with the sunk convoys. And then improve worker conditions, improve stability, but it has to give up some factories. Got another ship almost out of the oven. Time out everyone but one person and ask them. How to do this? I could make it a channel point redemption, but I feel like this is going to take too long and it's not worth your channel points, to be honest. I'm just making conversation. Since... I'll just repeat myself from earlier, because I know I'm going to do this a bunch. You're going to have to listen to this a ton, because I'm extremely excited. But if you weren't here earlier, chat, the new PC build starts this week. We're going to have a stream tomorrow, so it'll be the stream today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday is when I get the rest of the parts that I need to make the computer. So I'm just going to take Wednesday, Thursday off for the PC build. Hopefully everything works, and if it does, new PC stream on Friday. Unless I happen to get stuff set up sooner, but it's going to be a clean Windows install, so it's probably not going to be that fast. It's because I have to get everything. I have to get OBS set up. I have to get the software for the lights, Stream Deck, not the Steam Deck, all the Steam games installed, make sure all the ducks are in a row, get drivers installed, figure out how to install Windows from a USB stick again, because I know it's easy, but I still forget how to do it. I just gotta boot into the right drive in the BIOS. All that stuff, right? So I'm just going to give myself 2 days to do it. And I apologize for the downtime recently in the near future, because I know it's kind of annoying. All the waiting and all the stall. I'm doing the stall. Like I have, oh yeah, I want to play all these games, but why play them on my old stinky PC when I can play them? I know. I say it a lot. Get DX Story again. I unironically have to figure out how to get DX Story again, because there's like one key that I have somewhere and you have to use the key to get access to it or you can't use it. But anyways, I'd like to stream like Friday, Saturday, at least. And I have a couple things I want to do with Alice this week, and maybe go see a movie, something, so I'm gonna take at least one of the weekend days off to do that. And then, starting like Monday of the next week, we're gaming. Okay? Assuming the PC works. And then, if it doesn't, I cry and whine about it some more. But, I say all this to say, once that starts, what are some, like, I don't know how to ask this in an organized way. So if you want, chat, hit me with a highlighted message of a game that you think would actually be really fun to see on stream after all the dust settles here. And I will try to give you an honest response and a comprehensive response about why I'm not going to do that game. Minecraft. That's already on the to-do list. I do want to do modded Minecraft. RimWorld. RimWorld is cool, but I need more cooldown time. because the last campaign really pissed me off. Hearts of Iron 4. Here it is. Elden Ring. I'm more likely to care about Elden Ring when it gets closer to the DLC. But as it stands right now, I just have a bunch of other stuff I'd rather play than something that requires, like, reaction time and beating bosses. Like, I'm just not in that mood. Bloons TD6. What if I told you that I own that game? Herbs. I actually do want to do a Sims stream, but not Herbs. When the next Steam sale happens, I'm buying the rest of the the Sims 4 DLC, and then we're gonna do a Sims stream. Actually, though, The Long Drive. I don't know if we've played that. Have we played that? Cyberpunk, just to see the ray tracing. I'm probably never gonna stream Cyberpunk again. I probably will install it and look at it though, because it is like a pretty game. Kinshi. Kind of bored of Kinshi right now. I feel like it's a great game, but because I've explored the map so much, the sense of wonder of wondering what I'm going to come across and find is kind of the fun part, and also the part that knowledge ruins. Fire Emblem, I'm doing the next best thing, and I'm gonna probably do Symphony of War tomorrow, but that's not a new stream PC thing. That's just gonna be like a... It's pixel graphics, so you wouldn't know the difference if I had the new stream PC or not. Roblox, we already streamed Roblox. Where were you? Turok, I have Turok on N64 in my closet right now. RuneScape, no. CK3 new DLC, is it out yet? Because I'll probably try some Crusader Kings at some point again. I know that's vague, but like, the new DLC will hopefully be fun. Hello Kitty Adventure Island. I've already 100% in that game. Hollow Knight. Too much of a commitment, and again with the boss defeating. I'm just not in the mood to beat bosses and show off gamer skill. I'm in the mood for like a strategy campaign that I can get emotionally invested in. Amazing Cultivation Simulator. I will, if I can figure out how to play it, because it's very esoteric and obtuse. Peglin, too short. It's only like a few hours. Guild Wars 2. No. World of Warcraft is better. SWTOR is even better. Dave the Diver. Maybe? Maybe at some point. I don't really know that much about it. EU4. No, I'm waiting for EU5. I don't want to... Starting a Paradox game with like $1,000 of DLC that I don't have doesn't sound that much fun. I have all the other ones. I'm just going to stick with those. Railroad Tycoon 2. I definitely want to do some railroad and transportation simulator games. So some of those are adjacent on the list. Hi. Hello. What's up? No Man's Sky? As I said, that one's a maybe, because it's just one I wanted to go back to. Wildermyth. Wildermyth looks very fun, and it looks very well made, and it looks very well written. But it looks exhausting to read out loud. And I don't know how Avik has been doing it, because I've been watching his streams, and he's made it very entertaining, but I'm like, woo, I'm tired just listening to you, friend. Skyrim. I've always wanted to do modded Skyrim as like some streams. Not like a full campaign, but... Tales of Maj Isle. I don't know what that is. I feel like I've seen that name, but I don't know what it is. Parkitect. I like Parkitect, and I respect the effort that the devs put into that game, but also, it's hard to replace just Roller Coaster Tycoon in my heart. I do be liking Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I just rather play that, probably. Visual novel game. That's complicated. I don't know what happened to the visual novel game that was being developed specifically for me to stream, but I'll have to ask about it. Total War is a maybe in the future, because it'll definitely perform better on the PC. Okay. Guilty Gear Strive. Fighting game? No. X4? It's on the list. Chad, if you were responding to anything I said, I'm scrolled up right now. And I can't see you because I'm just reading the highlighted messages and explaining whilst defending against naval invasions. Oh my. Okay, just don't chat for a sec, okay? No chatting for just a moment. This is a little ridiculous. God, infrastructure level 5 lets us just get places so quickly. They might be making landfall like up here somewhere. I need people to as long as we defend this, we're golden. We good? Okay, we're good. Well done, everyone. Well done. We're just pumping out boats. We just got the Navy on full steam ahead, dude. Just short 1 steel. Perfect. The song, not perfect. Okay. Star Sector, I'm waiting on the next update. I'd rather just wait until the huge Star Sector update comes out, and then we'll definitely do a new campaign then. Very excited about it. System Shock, never played. Don't know if I would stream that. Maybe your OG Deus Ex? Victoria 3, kind of just waiting. We did a poll in chat last time we did Hearts of Iron, and I polled chat, what is your favorite Paradox game? And Victoria 3 got 3 votes. So I don't think it's a bad game, but I think it's missing that je ne sais quoi that the other addictive Paradox games have, and I can't quite put my finger on why. Everyone also feels the same way. Wall World looks fun for a short stream, but not top of my list. Surviving Mars, I did enough of that on YouTube. I don't think they've added anything that I missed out on in that time. That was ages ago. It's like asking me to go play Banished again. Nintendo Switch games, such as Beyond All Reason, looks like, again, a love letter to old RTS games, but they're old RTS games that I didn't really care for. Global Annihilation wasn't something that was in my wheelhouse for RTS, so therefore I'm not. I like that they're doing Beyond All Reason, but it also isn't for me. Battletech, we streamed. It was okay. I think I'd rather just play, like, XCOM. Zoo Tycoon. That's a maybe. Maybe some Zoo Tycoon at some point. Just, I like the Tycoon games. I'm in a Tycoon mode right now. Among Us. We already streamed that. You missed it. The Case of the Golden Idol. What is that, Wojas? What is that? I don't know what that is. Aurora 4X. You want me to read an encyclopedia on stream? Banished. Been there, done that. Good joke, though. I know you were just memeing. Sea of Thieves would be fun for, like, 1 stream. I feel like the problem with Sea of Thieves is if you spend all the effort getting a group together to play it or stream it, there's about 8 funny jokes you can do before somehow you get stream sniped and everyone descends upon you. And you sort of run out of content because the whole game is predicated about grinding gold for cosmetics. So it's a fun game, but there's really not much else to do after the first few hours. Anno 1800, that one's a maybe. It's on the long list. Probably not anytime soon. We did do The Last Spell, but not 1.0. It was a cool game. That one was fun. FMV Friday. Not saying no, but also it's not on the top of the list. Phantom Brigade. It looks neat, but also weirdly generic. Like, it looks like a game that's well made, but not enough character for me to get emotionally invested in. It needs more flair. It seems plain somehow. Shadowrun, never played them. Terra Invicta, we've put like 100 hours in. I'll definitely do a new campaign when the 1.0 comes out. All right, I'm skipping the memes. Diablo 4, probably. I'm going to do Diablo 1, 2, and 3, I think. Wildermyth has been suggested 3 times now. Too much reading out loud. I don't know how Avik has been doing it recently. Looks fun, though. Looks very good. GTA... if you... Just wait for GTA 6. What's your opinion on Ghostwire Tokyo? Is that the one with the katana? Is that the one with the katana and the don't get hit or you die? Darkwood was the first game that I streamed on Twitch in Vegas. We never finished it though. But GTA 5 mods are kind of the same way. It's like, ooh, that's fun. And then 2 hours go by and you're like, I don't want to play with you anymore. What do we have to research? I was researching like nukes. I guess Mountaineers Tier 3 is good. Resident Evil 4 remake, that I don't know if you were here for the conversation earlier, but it hits that point of it's not brand new anymore, and it's also not old, which puts it in a spot that is difficult to stream because anyone, like, if I stream Resident Evil 4 right now, you've already watched one, maybe 2 other streamers play through it already if you cared about it, A. B, played it through yourself and you don't really care about it anymore. C, still haven't played it, but keep telling yourself you're gonna play it, so you don't watch to avoid spoilers, even though you're never gonna play it. And then, like, it's already past the threshold, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to either do it when it comes out or wait 1 to 2 years. I know that sounds weird, but it's just content creator isms. We're never making tanks. Probably never making large boats. Give me the rest of the air stuff, even though we'll probably never make that. We have too many, Oh. I didn't see this. Alright, go away. Pain in the butt. Get Caledonia. They really want it, huh? We're just gonna chase them all the way back. Alright, this song can go away too. Chat, are some of you muted when other people are making suggestions? Shadow of Forbidden Gods. I don't know what that is. Oxygen not included? Cool game. Too mechanically thinky for me. Too laboratory-esque. How do you put it? Why are you retreating? Where did these guys come from? There's 3 of them stacked up there? Alright, you don't need to move anymore. They're good. Good job, everybody. We did it. The new Sherlock Holmes game. We played a couple of that dev's other games. Cool dev. Case of the Old Idol sounds fun too. Lots of good mystery games right now. Earth Defense Force. By myself? You mean just solo EDF? Thoughts on Breath of the Wild? I don't remember what you said about it last time. But some streamers and YouTubers have been smacked by Nintendo recently for even the base game. Yeah, Nintendo is being odd, right? More so than usual. So I would probably just steer clear of first-party Nintendo games. Hitman, we'll go back and do Hitman one day. Transport Tycoon was too boring. Wait, no. Was that OpenTTD? Yeah, OpenTTD was too boring. Chad didn't like it, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And nobody knew how to play it well enough to backseat, so that's a no-go. Advance Wars? Ah, I said no Nintendo, but I really want to play Advance Wars when it comes out. Wall World or Dome Keeper? I haven't played Wall World. I do like Dome Keeper a lot. We streamed that. Transport Fever 2, that's on one of the lists, yep. Bolt Gun, don't know it. Dead Cells DLCs, probably not. I like Dead Cells, great game. But I streamed it too much, and I don't want to go back to it. Check out Voices of the Void. I feel like I've heard of that. Wild Frost. Looks okay. We did the demo during the Steam demos. It was fine. Nothing wrong with it. Baba Is You, we streamed it. I got stumped. Great game. Okay, I see the Shadowrun. I still don't even, I can't even, chat, when you say Shadowrun, there's nothing in here. It's blank. I've read the word Shadowrun hundreds of times online. There's just a empty space where a screenshot or an idea of what that looks like goes. It's one of those I'm too afraid to ask situations. Grifflands, actually streamed the first release of Grifflands. Shadow Tactics, that one looks fun, yeah. But I don't think I want to stream it. Metal Gear Solid, one day. One day. Okay, anyways, like I said, that's a great opportunity for chat to be like, hey, I want this, and me to go like, no. Banned. But that was a long time ago, Mary Skipper. It was a much smaller game. It got patched in a bunch. Have you streamed Teardown? We did. We streamed a bunch of Teardown. It was great. That's an awesome pickup on Steam. Gets harder to stream the further you get in the campaign because it takes exponentially longer to set up for your 60-second heist. But awesome game. More Dwarf Fortress? Not anytime soon. Dwarf Fortress is a very respectable game that I have no idea how to play. And when I say how, I don't mean technically, I mean emotionally. I'm not sure how to emotionally play Dwarf Fortress. I don't know how to set my own goals for that. I don't have a programmer brain. I think you have to have a programmer brain to really get the most out of it. I need stuff to happen that I react to. And that game is less about stuff happening that you react to and more about you screwing up your own giant stupid scheme and then having to deal with the consequences. I never get to the giant crazy scheme. So therefore nothing happens in my games. So we just kind of fast forward until we get bored. Still I love Dwarf Fortress as an idea. It's okay, to me, Dwarf Fortress is like single player Eve. I want to read about it. I hope that it never stops development. I hope that till the end of time people are still playing and having fun with these things, but I want to read about other people's experiences with them. It's not to say we'll never play Dwarf Fortress again. Like, I definitely would. But there needs to be something, there needs to be motivated by something, shall we say. I can't just go in and be like, hey, let's dick around in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I need to have an objective, I guess. Chat, our Navy, we have 9 ships, 2 light cruisers, and 7 destroyers, and I'm getting impatient. We probably have a decent force for the 40 to 50 ships that are in this region, but I'm scared we're gonna get wrecked. How do we goad Australia into content? Well, the easiest thing I can do is just send our baby fleet out into the wild and see what happens. I say let's wait for one more boat. And then just see. Let's just ship them on out. Because at this stage, we really can't do much with Japan's fleet. We're doing a great job of defense, and we're kind of just waiting on... The war in Europe, unfortunately, spiraled out of control. Britain... Dude, look at Britain's deployed manpower. It's down to 60,000? It's because they released all their colonies? What? They've lost 600,000 in the German-British War. We have more manpower. We do have more manpower than them. But yeah, Italy really threw a wrench, and they're still fighting against Russia with the combined powers of Ukraine, Belarus, and more joining the Little Entente. Moscow still hasn't fallen yet. Japan's doing decent, 2 to 3.5 million deployed manpower. They're also fighting against Russia, but they keep doing naval invasions of us. So even if I could afford to, even if we were at war with Australia, like, I can't leave the mainland abandoned. Is it fascist Europe? No, it's actually Little Entente Europe. This is the Europe where France allied Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. And when Germany demanded the Sudetenland, Czechoslovakia said no, started World War II, and then Spain, France, and everybody else went to war against Nazi Germany immediately. Good job with the civilian factories. Poland joined the Axis in this timeline, though. Stinky bad Poland. We got insane radar. No planes want to mess with this. There's no carriers. There's no carrier planes, chat. I got great radar coverage here. Max level anti-air. What else is there to do? What else is there to build besides coastal forts, I guess? Let's get level 7. Should I just go ahead and, like, put some coastal forts in Caledonia just to kind of give us a smaller or a larger buffer? Oh my god. We're too good at research. Research guided missiles. We're not gonna build these, but at least we'll have the technology. I've hit the point of nothing good to research. Build an amusement park. You got it. Australia is not involved in this war, and I can't declare war on them because I'm a democratic nation. We can change that, but there are some downsides to doing so. Stability, production, factory, dockyard output, etc. Like, I can kind of force the issue, but once again, there's not a lot I can do unless I can get naval supremacy here. I'm never gonna naval supremacy whilst there are Japanese fleets around us. So we're gonna wait for a fleet of 10 strong, and then at least send these green, fresh destroyers on some patrols. Join Britain? Yeah, they could really use my help. They have 60,000 manpower. I would 7x their total manpower and clean up all of their sloppy leftovers from their failed war. They're doing great. But I'm just going to send the boats out. Here's the thing. If our fleet randomly gets wiped by Japanese battleships, simply turn off the stream. No, I'd probably just leave it on 5x and wait. I don't think we can support any more. Like I'm down to 10 civilian factories. Like I could delete more military factories and then just hope we never need them again. But then we need more steel, which requires more trade, which requires more civilian factories. So I don't know. I don't know how to support more than this. Russia's definitely losing now. Kind of stalemated on the borders here. Some of these little Entente powers, especially from Czechoslovakia, don't really have the supplies that they need. Go fascist and ally Australia? Yeah, well, I'm still at war with it. I don't just magically escape all the wars that we're in. Okay. Let's give this a try, chat. We got 10 ships in the Fellowship. Okay. They need some experience. Let's have them go on patrol in the Tasman Sea. And just kind of stay here locally. We have already encountered some retreating Japanese destroyer hulls, and we've already lost a 1944 destroyer. Boom! That fast. I'm gonna say that that was just really unlucky. Because they sunk my 1944. Did I just get... I got a 1944 sunk by early destroyer hulls that have probably not been upgraded for the entire game. So I'm going to say that's just really bad luck. Like a pre-1936 destroyer just sunk my, like, modern naval superpower. Lots of XP from that. That's true. They are green. And now they from one battle, they're level 2. So, at least they don't have a debuff now. I'm gonna leave them out there. Did you finish Graveyard Keeper? No. I'm kind of done. I just finished with it. I didn't finish it. I'm finished with it. It's kind of like one of those games. It's a great game, but is an ADHD checklist of how not to remember what to craft. Bam! 3 Japanese destroyers sunk. Hell yeah. 1 killing blow dealt by you. 1 killing blow dealt by you. 1 killing blow dealt by you. Okay, so what we should realistically do is possibly go back for repairs. And just don't get too greedy. Don't get too greedy. They're all 1930s hulls. Yes. But notice that the number of estimated ships in the region is going down, because that's all that they're committing old hulls here because we're considered weak. So if we start putting up a fight, they'll either just stop. Like, they won't be able to naval invade us if we get naval supremacy here. You know? Like, that's amazing. We got another ship coming out September. Why do I not have... Oh, we have dockyards assigned to repairs. Which, let's up that to at least 5. So we slow down on ship production to focus on repairs. This is why we did the level 10, hello? You guys okay? Yeah, they're fine. But yeah, the 2 free cruisers are bolstering our naval superpower. Look at these bad boys. Tier 1 torpedoes? A plane catapult, and we don't even have planes? Tier 2 cannons? Tier 2 anti-air? No radar or sonar to speak of? Unless you refit them? I actually could refit these. This isn't the worst idea. I can give them the better secondaries. We can give them radar, better fire control, better anti-air. Add a dual-purpose light battery. Upgrade their torps. Take off the plane facility. Put another torp launcher on. Okay, it's gonna be a 1936. It was a gift. So, another thing that was a gift in The Lord of the Rings. What if we were just the elvish brooches? What if this is just a 1936 brooch? What if I just like saying the word brooch? Mark II. Okay, now, how do you refit them? Isn't a button supposed to appear here that gives you the option to refit? The HMS Limbus. It's a good name. But yeah, is there not a button here to refit? Why HMS? That's just how they came to us. I don't know. That's how the game is naming them. I don't know how to change their naming conventions. Are we back? Why is this happening? A second time today, it's pissing me off, dude. Okay, I'll restart the song. I can't believe it would disconnect you during chat's favorite song when I'm asking a question at 9:30, 5.5 hours. This is the second time. Okay, I don't know if it's Twitch, if it's Cox, or if it's my computer, okay? Because I've been doing research when I'm buying the new PC. I talked about this earlier. There's an issue with new motherboards that are Intel-based that have a faulty Ethernet connection. And if you put the internet connection under load, it disconnects you and then reconnects you in a few seconds. And I'm getting like disconnected and reconnected. I don't have a 790 board, but at the same time, it's like, it's just weird. Like, it seems consistent, right? Like at this point, I'm not even sure if it's Cox or if it's my computer. Are you using a new PC? No. I'll be starting to build that on Wednesday. So, all the parts come in Wednesday. Anyway, I apologize for the disconnects. I especially apologize for anybody who has to watch an ad as a result of the disconnect, which is just stupid. Make a little box with constant small network load to monitor. What do you mean? What's your motherboard? There's my info. I think I'm the MSI Z390. This is from 2020 chat. The Z390 Gaming Edge AC network issue. I have a newish PC. I'm having some network connection issues using Ethernet, and at random times the entire connection will drop and won't come back. Need to restart to get the connection to come back. Also, practically every time it goes to sleep and I start it back up, the connection has been lost. It's funny, I have the exact same MOBO. I was forced to watch an ad go on without me. I don't know. Maybe I need to download new LAN drivers or something. It's too late. I'm already getting the new PC, but I'm gonna laugh if the problem just magically goes away after this. Anyway, it's frustrating, but hopefully that'd be great. It could be a Cox issue. It could be a Twitch issue.
This is the gift sub sound.
Could just be a PC issue for all I know. Anyway, does anyone know how to upgrade a ship's design? It's possible that we're not allowed to change the Leander because it was like a gifted specialty ship. But if anybody has any back seating, I thought that there's supposed to be a button here for like upgrade because it's docked right now. I also need to change repair priority to medium. You can't change them if they're a different year chassis. Oh. If these are like 1936, for example, and we only have... We don't have 1936 cruiser hulls. Hummus, thanks for gifting a sub to 2 Guns Prime, who will now never have to watch an ad ever again. I'm sending my naval fleet back out on patrol. Chat, we have naval superiority. They are gone. Oh, they're all here in West Polynesia. There's so many ships. Like, we could actually naval invade Australia right now if we were at war. I might unironically, just to force this issue, have to, like, declare war. The question is, how can I defend New Zealand and all of our islands? I could probably take these down to 3 apiece. 3, 6, yeah, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can take 5 divisions from there. And we could realistically probably just take... Like, I would need at least a full 24 divisions. Those supply lines. Can you build a, Oh, you can build a railroad there. I probably should have done this earlier. This guy loves trains. Oh, you mean to invade? Yeah. You just take a port. Take a port and just go along the coast. Keep taking ports. So once we get like this 10th ship back, we'll probably start patrolling some other areas and look for trouble. Kick up some dust around the Solomon Sea. But as long as we have naval superiority, they cannot naval invade New Zealand, which is kind of amazing. So, let's research cruiser hulls so we can refit that cruiser. I don't want to just randomly do this so we can declare war, but I guess I have to. Replace the first Labor government with the Workers' Party. Lose some consumer goods factories. Hold on, just... I'll play it in a second. Hold on, I need to read this. Stability down. Production efficiency growth down. Factory output down. Dockyard output down. Plus communism support daily. Empower the working class. 100 PP. New Zealand becomes free. Construction speed up. Join the Comintern. How about no? But if I become communist, then I can justify a war goal. Is that right? He holded the door. Yep, I holded the door. Let's do it. I don't know what else to do. We've been democratic this entire time. She's gonna go, Uno reverse card. Actually, I'll have you know, we've been communist this entire time. So weird that democratic countries can't justify war goals. Yeah, they've literally, like, threatened us. So it's all very, very odd to me. They demanded annexation. Will you play the new Settlers? I don't know what that is. Of Catan? I don't like the Settlers of Catan. Chat, when did Yugoslavia bail on Europe? They're sinking my convoys around Brazil. Oh, because we're trading with the USA, I guess. Well, that's good for us. China has entered the ring. China versus Japan. China claims Indochina. Good job, go for it. I support this. Well, we can do Ideological Crusader once we change over to the communist stuff. Until then, let's do base war support up. Get some... Ding, ding, ding. Is it land appropriation that doesn't actually do anything? We're gonna... Ooh, we actually do have the ability to make a dockyard there. Wow. It's good song hour. It is good song hour. Okay, we're back to 10 ships. After one unfortunately sunk. These guys are all level 3 now. Wow, we're getting strong. Let's change our patrol route to also include the Solomon Sea to stop naval invasions there. If we take away their naval superiority, then there's not a lot they can do about it. So this means that we're on patrol, we've spotted and identified enemy forces, and we can shoot guided missiles. Wait, no, that's not what that means. Too bad. Quarter pounder with cheese. That's just a baby anti-tank. We're never going to use that. Don't pay any attention to it. I'm just researching things for its own sake that aren't even beneficial to us anymore. There are 25 to 44 enemy ships in the Solomon Sea, estimated. And more of our convoys are getting sunk. I'm in the process of becoming communist just to go to war with fascist Australia. So here's the plan. I'm gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our infantry units, give them a new army. We're gonna switch a couple of these commanders around. We're gonna give the good 5 defensive guy to just New Zealand proper. Our islands are gonna get a new commander. Wait a second. How do I... How do I... Hello, commander? How do I hire a new commander? Or, I mean, a new general? Isn't there supposed to be a button here for hire a new general? I just joined. What is this madness and why is my country so powerful? We're doing our best, yeah. Promotion of division commander? Is this from the last update? I've never clicked this button before. If they had 400 experience, they would gain infantry or engineer officer, but you can't see how much experience they have. They gain 33 on promotion. Okay, we're gonna give whoever the most experienced... I can't believe with all the fighting we've done, we don't have anyone better than trained. That's so absurd. Okay, these guys are close. I guess I could have been training this whole time, but it also is bad when you're getting naval invaded and you're just training. All right, let's just promote this nerd. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's just go. Okay, you're the new island defense chief. Have fun with your new duties and your no skills. I'm sure you'll be great at what you do. Okay, we're gonna take all the mountaineers. Chad, I have a bad feeling about this. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm just weakening our home defense front, like, significantly. But also, we're coming up on the 6-hour mark, and sometimes you need to just move things along, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we're going to start a naval invasion order from our big ports. Where is the widest? We're just gonna go straight for Sydney. Just take Sydney straight away. I'm sure it'll be that easy. Now, I do have a fleet here. I'm going to do convoy escort to try and escort any of the soldiers that are going to and fro so they don't just get their battleship sunk. And then we're going to start training a couple of replacement troops. Well, we have super jet engines, I guess. Modern small airframe. It'd be funny if we just have modern fighters. Sometimes the gears of war need a little push. Do you have enough manpower to recruit more troops? This is it, buddy. Without scraping the barrel. This is it. This is what we got. Oh, that's the sound of a naval invasion. This is why I built extra coastal forts here. Can these guys go away? Go bye-bye. Get out of here. Hi, chat. Hello, Exordium. We've had a couple of just super obnoxious stream disconnects tonight. Why are they here? China is just... Oh, that's Italy. Italy is justifying against us for some reason. I don't know why. How do I go back to my home faster? I actually don't know how to kick these nerds off. Easily. There's an achievement for getting to 0 manpower with scraping the barrel. I'm not surprised. Okay, well this is actually good. They're trying to attack us. Which means we just wait. They waste all their organization, and then we go boop, and they're dead. Easy peasy. So if we do get naval invaded while we're waiting for this scheme to invade Australia to go off, then they can just reposition and help retake New Zealand. Non-aggression pact, you got it. Why are you guys shifting all over the place? The Lee affair. John Lee, MP for Grey Lynn, has been causing problems in the Labour caucus. He's agitating for more radical agendas instead of the cautious path we're taking. Measures must be taken. So that just changed our primary party? Maybe? Current ruling party needs to be communist. Chad, this didn't actually replace anything yet. Says the Workers' Party. I guess it'll take time. 0.02. It's gonna take ages. It's gonna take many ages. Okay, what's going on in Europe while we wait? They are just throwing bodies at Yugoslavia and Italy. I need to see... What faction is Italy? They're in their own Novus Imperium Romanum, so they should be in their own war. But I don't see it. Italy's lost 500,000. Chat, I don't think the Little Entente losing 7 million is good long term. Just a hunch. Stop blowing up my convoys. They're not replaceable. I only have 76. China's at war now, and it's not... helping us. We're not getting stuff from the US either because our convoys are getting harassed. Whew. Well... I can get a little bit more from China. But they might not deliver all of it. We're still negative 15. Hey, what's up, Lang? Thanks for the raid. How are things here? In the game? Pretty good. In real life? My stream's disconnected twice tonight, and I have no idea why. And I'm starting to wonder if it's been my motherboard all along and I've just been pinning it on Cox. But either way, I hope you had a nice stream. Thanks for dropping in. Welcome, Raiders. We're currently in the process of getting ready to turn communist so that we can naval invade fascist Australia as New Zealand. You know, normal Hearts of Iron things. Very normal. So we're on 5 times speed now, cruising. Trying to make up a navy, which I have, actually. And those convoys should have been escorted properly. So we're just gonna select the fleet. Yeah, I still can't upgrade. Maybe I have to do it through this? I don't know if I can upgrade the Leanders. It's just like they're special. They're special. So yeah, I'm not super sure. Anyway, let's go back to patrol instead of convoy escort. We're making a modern New Zealand fleet against all odds of primarily destroyers. And then other than that, we're kind of like out of things to research. I don't really need synthetics right now, but I might. The Navy can use 729 a day, and we make about 1.4K per day. So eventually the Navy will need more oil than we can make. When I lived in Vegas, I ended up getting a small business account with Cox to get better support. The problem is they lock you into multi-year deals for slower speeds. I was on one of those a few years ago. It's a huge ripoff. And if you ever need out of it for any reason, you have to pay thousands of dollars to get out of the contract. But unfortunately, that sometimes is the only option. For me, it's just been a problem recently. I mean, I can still make the hole, Scotty, and just find out. Like, it doesn't really cost us anything to just make the hole. Because it's just going to be higher level anti-air, fire control. We got auto-saving radar, cruiser engines, tier 4 secondary batteries, a dual-purpose light battery, tier 4 torpedoes, tier 4 anti-air. Actually, let's do... Let's do anti-submarine. And then a medium. This is level 1? Oh, it's because of my tech. Yeah, it's because of my tech. Let's just do like another dual-purpose secondary battery. This thing is not going to be very good at being a cruiser, but it's more of a test. Why did you have to autosave now? Okay, so if we... See, I can't click the button. It won't let me. At work, we paid big money extra for a slower line with extra support. Was down last week for 36 hours. Not worth. Yeah, that's just how it goes. You can get, as a resident, like 1 gig line that has no guarantees. If you want a business line that has guarantees, you're looking at maybe 30 megabits per second tops, guaranteed. Like 30, 40, 50 megabits per second tops, with like 7 to 14 up. It's usually more up, actually, with the business line, I think. They're more loose with that, but it's bad. Sometimes it's like, chat, no joke, sometimes business lines are like 15 to 30 megabits per second down, 15 megabits per second up for $400 a month. And that was a few years ago. Like $400 a month for the business line. And the reason for that is because they have to contractually guarantee uptime. They have no such obligations for residential lines. The only obligation that they have for residential is, and I'm not joking, the obligation is that they do their best. But business lines have a contractual obligation for like a certain percentage uptime. And if they don't do it, they're in deep trouble. So they actually like jump through the hoops necessary to fix your thing if you've got an actual problem. And that's why it's so expensive, because they have to fix it when it goes wrong. What happens if the line goes down, like on their business? Then they, okay, it's a difference in chat, in resident, and this is, I'm speaking from experience here. If you have a residential and you have a problem with your connection, the only thing they can do is send regular surface level techs out. That's it. That means if there's a problem with your node on the street level, who cares if it's working for most customers? If they need to do anything beyond changing the line that goes from the street to your house, that's the most they can do, is reinstall the actual connection from the street to your house. Anything beyond that, they won't do anything. No obligation to fix it if it's working for the majority of customers. The house that we were in when we first moved to Vegas, the problem was, legitimately, we were the last house on the node, and someone, they couldn't tell who, was feeding noise into the line, and it was reverberating until it got to our house and causing severe instability with the connection, and there was nothing that they could or would do about it. Switch to a $300 to $400 a month business line, and suddenly, because you have a contractual obligation for the connection to work, they can escalate past just people that come out in a van and hook up your router. That's the most that they can do on residential. They can come help you fix your router, and then they go. And if you still have a problem, they'll send someone else who can fix your router by giving you a new one, and then go. And that happened 6 to 12 times. And that's a big gap. I don't remember. I don't want to overestimate it, but it was like 10 times. Now, switch to business line, and we've got construction trucks. You've got escalating 1, 2, 3 separate times up the chain, going all the way back to the, I forget what they're called. What is the internet service provider equivalent of like a factory warehouse? Like the place where the magic happens. I don't remember what that's called, so that's how I'm gonna go with describing it. Like people, not central office, like where the boxes are. Where the mainframe-esque style stuff. The Wizard Tower. The Wizard Tower. But yeah, stuff at that level was being changed and fixed when we had the business line. Data centers. I would say data centers accurate. All right, get some of those guys building. What are we at? 1%, 2% communist. Wow. Fast forward faster. What was I gonna do? good war support. I think I was just gonna do the stability thing. War bonds is helpful too, just because it gives you a teeny bit more factories. War support up. They watched a cool video and then we invented nukes. Lovely. Yeah, I'm kind of like out of things to research. When your research is too powerful. Far too powerful, chat. Oh, I was gonna do this, yeah. More capacity for special forces, so maybe we can train some Marines. They just use Greg, he manually provides everyone internet. We got the nuke counter up here. We got 11 ships strong in our fleet. I can make modern airframes. If only we had military factories. That'd be pretty cool, right? Hello, GamerDeathBot. Dude, these researches are happening too fast. You don't need to know what any of these are. All of them except for Special Forces program is non-essential. It just lets us train more Special Forces. Very cool. It is tough to get steel right now. China is not doing it. They're fluctuating the amount of steel that they have too much. We're looking for positive numbers over here that are staying stable. I'm gonna trade Ukraine for some steel. And we can trade the US, but our convoys have been getting intercepted to both of these. And I don't know how to fix it because we're just so secluded. So it just kind of is what it is. What I can do, since ships are arguably the most important, you can put those at the top, and at least all the steel will go. Resources trickle down, and the factories will still produce if possible. It's just one of those things where it grinds to a very slow halt. Chat, let's go kick the Hornet's Nest. We have 12 ships and some modern destroyers. Let's go to West Polynesia, where roughly 100 enemy ships are just chilling. I don't expect this to go well. Meanwhile, Italy, Yugoslavia, and Russia are giving the Little Entente some problems. But it is 1947 and things have sort of stagnated. All right, let's go kick the Hornet's Nest. They're there. That's us. This is our naval supremacy. We're just patrolling, so we're not actively looking for a fight, but I'm assuming that just by simply existing here, we are creating a problem for ourselves. I'm curious to see how that goes. Conquer Australia for steel. Working on it. Unfortunately, we have to wait until we become communist, which is taking way longer than I thought. This isn't the most exciting gameplay, but I think we've done well just to hold out this long against World War. They call it World War III because there's 3 separate factions. It is Britain and Russia. Russia is leading the British communist alternative versus the Little Entente, which is us and most of Western Europe, versus Italy. Actually, it's World War IV versus Japan, Manchukuo, and Belarus versus Yugoslavia. Wait, it's a 5-way world war. It's a 5-way world war, chat. There's 5 different factions all at war with everybody. Italy's at war with everyone except Russia and Japan. Yugoslavia is at war with everyone except for Italy. Dynasty Warriors. So we're just going on 5x speed. Waiting to become communist and or seeing what our ships manage to do. We got a naval invasion of Australia prepped. I don't know if it'll be successful, but it's ready to go. How much of a dent do we need to make for communist ideology before we can switch? Does that have to become a literal majority? Because this is going to take, like, till 1952. Oh, there's a communist revolutionary. Yeah, I didn't know that we had that, Tom. But you're right, we can do that. That'll make it 0.1 faster, which is way faster, yeah. That's way faster. I didn't know that guy was there. It does tell you. That's 6 times faster. Yeah, that's a lot faster. Okay. We're trying. What do you guys see? You should be able to find some ships pretty easily. Ongoing combat in the region. Sometimes it just results in them retreating, but not this time. They won't retreat that easily. I like how I'm just going in and, like, bullying them. We sunk 2 early destroyer hulls. Good, keep it up. I want you to keep finding more. Oh, yes. Hunt them down. Let no one escape. Yes, they're starting to move. That was 8 destroyers sunk. New Zealand super fleet delivering. We got a double kill from the Leander, double kill from the 1944. Oh, they're all 1944, I guess. Get these 1936 destroyer hulls out of my West Polynesia. Yeah. Sink 'em. They're down to 40. I think they're fleeing or dying because they're down. They were at, like, we guesstimated almost 100. Now we guesstimate like 68. This is why I really enjoy the, like, super technologically advanced naval gameplay. Because you get to just go in with, like, 12 ships and be like, who's getting in my way? I got level 4 everything, baby. Let me test them out on you. One little destroyer dead. Al looks, we're at 6% and climbing communist support. Okay, that's going up way faster now. We found another battle, inadvertently. We're the ones retreating this time, and as we retreat, 3, 4, 6, just casually sinking 6 enemy destroyers. No big deal. Send them to the bottom of the ocean. Okay, let's take a look. I'm gonna say that was great. Great showing, everybody. It's time to go back home, do some repairs, make sure everyone's in tip-top shape. We can't afford to lose any. But we're definitely hitting them where it hurts right now. Okay, so we just took like 5 dockyards. I'd say all 10 dockyards on some repairs. One of these is on fire. There are heavy fires on one of the Leanders. Oof. says it'll be repaired in a few days. Is that the same one I was just looking at? Yeah. A celebratory fire, of course. Mexican Socialist Republic just declared war on the British Antillean Commune. Okay. I'm listening. Chat, how many, can only one dockyard repair one ship? Why is it gonna take 1.5 months to fix these destroyers? That seems like an excessive amount. Like, why can't you put multiple dockyards on ship repairs? That's a lot. Well, I don't really want to sit here for a month and a half, but detaching... How do you detach one ship? Just cut the ship in half. There's one mechanic working overtime. Tax, do you have any naval aircraft? No, we have 0 aircraft. What we do have is lag. Lots of lag. Okay, we also have... Ooh, a spicy naval invasion from where we don't normally get naval invaded. That's a fun one. Let's go to level 3. All around New Zealand. Okay, I think we got him. We also have a lot of naval XP now for our naval doctrine. Destroyer organization and sub-detection. Yes, we don't have carriers. Yes. Okay, I don't think any of the other ones actually matter. We don't have any planes. Bomber defense up is good, though. And let's go air superiority. All right, done. We don't have tanks. We got... This one does nothing. All infantry. Ooh, organization up for all infantry. Yes. Recovery rate, all infantry organization and planning speed. Very good. All right, those are nice. Yep, you can move troops. Go for it, friends. Hello, I've never seen this game before. This is not a good time to see it. The stream has crashed twice tonight. And we're at the end game 1947 where everything is at its most confusing. This is potentially the worst time to see this map game. Because when I zoom in, I don't even know what's going on because, well, don't worry about it. Not important. To be fair, I've never seen Hearts of Iron before ETAL. I have that effect. It's a very addicting game that's actually less it's less imposing than it actually looks. And it's running like a piece of poop right now. Chat, tomorrow I plan on playing, unless something else comes up, we're playing a tactics game that I really like. It'll be a little easier to follow. We're going to start a new campaign. It'll be a little easier to follow along. If you set a ship design for whatever class the Leander is, like I said, you can't change the Leander. The way that I'm doing it anyway. Like, I can go in, choose the Leanders, go to the design of the Leander, and you can't make any changes. Why could I make... What? We literally just did this. We just tried this. It's creating like a new class. Hold on. Now, I don't know what's going on. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly make a cruiser. You don't need to worry about the what's. I've already described it like 3 times. Just ignore this. We don't have armor? We have no cruiser armor. That seems bad. Okay, why don't we just do some cruiser research first? I also agree that it would probably take too long to refit. I agree with that. Anyway, this is a map game. I would say New Zealand is the easiest nation. We're playing New Zealand, so it's the easiest one to watch because we don't have to do much except stop naval invasions. But yeah, I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm hungry and I'm ready to just be communist so I can declare war on fascist Australia already. Mom! And I'm tired of my stream disconnecting. Wah. Did this create a second VOD? Just feeling whiny right now, you know? Feeling whiny. To be fair, stream disconnects are make me irrationally upset. Okay, I was gonna research cruiser armor, which is here, yeah. Somalia wants to move troops through New Zealand. You've got it. How are the casualties looking? We're responsible for almost 500,000 Japanese shogunate casualties, and they're responsible... Where am I? For 18,000, so honestly, a pretty good ratio. Okay, normally I explain everything I do in these games, but again, I'm just trying to go as fast as possible right now. So I apologize if this is hard to follow at the moment. Japanese forces trying to take over in the Solomon Sea. Trying to take over Nindo. Holding the line. Okay, the ships are healed. We have even more ships than before. What we need to do is also make the Solomon Sea a patrol area to try to dissuade naval invasions of the area. We're really just kind of going in and picking fights. Harass the evil boats. Exactly. We have even more power. And also, they're seasoned now. They're getting a lot of XP. And they're getting bonuses to damage and defense, which is fantastic. Okay, anything else boat-related that's important? I guess medium batteries if we're already doing the cruisers anyways, but we can't make them. We don't have enough factories. Who's attacking me? Go away. Manchukuo is trying to naval invade me. I can't escape him. Somalia wants a pact of non-aggression? You got it. The Mexican Socialist Republic just declared war on the United States. The United States joined the Coalition of Free Commonwealth States. What does that even mean?